And we are back. We apologize.
We apologize for the technical issues. We're back here. All right, so we're going to see Ace Jack suited all in. Sim Kokwai Ace 6 suited facing the all in now. Looks like it was a raise and then a jam. Action back on Sim. Hiroshi is covered. Hiroshi loves going all in. As Greg goes all in, I support this message. And Sim will make the correct fold here. And Hiroshi will take it down. Hiroshi, 23 big blinds. Chung Chao Ting with the controversial Queens fold earlier. Now sitting on 4 big blinds.
We have 12 players left.
Wow, 6v6. About 15 minutes away from our next player break.
Hello, NZ. For those of you just joining us, we did have a slight connection interruption, but we are back.
And stronger than ever. You're joined by Greg Goes All in the commentary booth. That would be myself. I make poker memes on YouTube for a living. Hit that subscribe button. And I'm joined by my esteemed colleague, Poker Llama, poker content creator, most notably on Instagram.
Hello.
Yo, how you doing?
Ni hao.
Xin Chao.
Xin Chao is right. Come on. Would
come on
be
is thank you. Yeah. That's how many hellos?
Konnichiwa.
There we go.
There we go.
You got Korean?
I do not. It was too.
It's the onion one.
It is. I did forgot.
Annyeonghaseyo.
Annyeonghaseyo. What about Malaysian?
Malay.
Malay.
Salamat? But that might be thank you. Thailand would be Sawasadika.
Sawasadika?
Sawasadika, I believe.
What about Japanese?
Konnichiwa.
Oh, I did say that.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
But always good to review.
Just a reminder, first place of this high roller event will win 171.9 million Korean won. That's the estimate, roughly around equivalent to 130,000 USD. Lots to play for here.
QQ for QQ. All right, back in action. BVB. We got a limp. We got a call. Pardon me, a limp and a check. Up to a flop. Queen 6 off. First Jack 10 suited. Blind for spy and limpy poo pot. Action flop. King Queen 4. Middle pair for Zachariah. And an open-ended straight draw for Wataru. Check, check. Bink City. They say the neon lights shine bright on Broadway. Wataru with the straight. Zachariah with the nut flush draw. Wow.
Might see some action here, folks.
The most action card we could possibly see on the turn. Check, bet, call, river. An ace of clubs. Pairs the board. We've got to check.
Wataru might be able to get some value here.
Absolutely.
As that ace eliminates a lot of aces, ace combos, and not sure if he's ever going to put him on Jack 10 with a limp.
Yeah, wider ranges as well. Probably you need to go for value wider as well. So we'll make a very polarizing bet. Wow, snap call.
Yep.
2x
As
over bet.
expected.
Oh! Oh no! Seems like Sakurai misread his hand. Very confidently put out the call.
What would...
Probably thought he had a flush.
Ah, that is unfortunate.
What the?
Big ayah for Sakurai. Misstep there. Might have misread his hand.
What the fuck?
Expletives on stream. It is live. Nothing in the way we can do of censorship. Censorship.
Thank you.
I love that. I love it when I see the players say thank you to the dealers on dealer change. I feel like that should just be general etiquette.
I agree. But you're also thanking them for not dealing you a cooler, which I know nothing about.
If you ever need a refrigerator, go to Poker Llama, because he's got coolers for days. Kings cracked by 7s. Jacks into aces.
Queens into aces.
Queens into aces. 5-3 suited into ace-4.
2 pair and a flush draw into a wheel.
Chung Chao Ting, mystery cards, 4 big blinds. Our short stack here on the feature table. 12 players left remaining. We'll never know what Chao has here. His action folds on around. Pretty.
New sunglasses, Greg.
Oh, I love those.
Wait, what?
Very nice.
Bowling, you
I mean, I'd be confident too if I had that chip leading stack.
Ooh.
Wait, is he still the chip leader, Greg? After that snap call?
Might be wearing them to hide the tears for from that. What I can only assume was a snap call due to misreading his hand. APT Lion, very beautiful, very sexy, very regal. As we take a nice close up here of Sakurai of Singapore, who I believe is still our chip leader, at least at this table, rocking the beige oversized sunglasses.
my left hand.
Covering up his tells, covering up his tears perhaps. Either way, very stylish. We warmly welcome the attire here at our feature table. Gonna see Sim gonna raise up the 9s under the gun. Hiroshi with Queen Jack off on the hijack.
Not bad. One cola.
Asian Poker Twist says, sign up now to join us at Guess the Winner session later. Check out the link if you want to guess the winner. Who's it going to be of these 12 players left remaining? If you win, you get free money on Natural A. Ain't that fun? And now Chao has come in half of his stack. Started with 4 bigs. One of them goes to the big blind. One of them goes to the big blind ante. And now, with 10-5 suited here, needs to... Has already come in half his stack. 140 left behind. Has 50K in.
Similar spot as before. Wants to take a look at what's going on at the other table. Hates the reality that he's down to 2 bigs. You're almost being blinded out here, and there's action already in front of you.
Something pot odds as well. Needs to call 50K to potentially win 325. Has 6-1 odds. Only needs to have 18% equity to make a break-even call. Does have 24%. The problem is, if he calls, he only has 1 big line left behind.
Diamonds would be alive here, Greg.
Diamonds live. 10 is live. Jackson 5. ABC. It's easy as 1, 2, 3, Llama. Do Re Mi ABC. That's how easy love should be. Will
There
make the
is
call,
a call.
leaving himself just under 2 big blinds. Has 90K in his stack. Blinds are 25-50. Flop comes 10. Hoa! Wow!
Chung with the lead jam as expected with this flop.
Second pair with the flush draw. Nines, seeing 2 overcards. And Hiroshi with top pair. Not gonna go anywhere versus a 1. 2 big blind bet. 90K into what was 375. Hiroshi, gonna take a moment though. Just think about it. And you can see here equities are running neck and neck, 50 cent, 50%, 50%. So Chung and Chao Ting all in and at risk for his tournament life with second pair and a flush draw against top pair, Jack Kicker.
Okay.
Jack of diamonds, Greg.
Sweaty. Llama wants blood too. Now you're getting it. Turn.
Diamond.
6 of hearts. Chung needs a diamond or a 10 or a 5 to stay alive as the river brings the 4 of spades, and that's going to be a good game for Chung and Chao Ting of Taiwan. Eliminated here in 12th place. Good game. And Hiroshi is going to pick up this pot. Hey, 10-5 suited. That's a pretty great flop. You got to go for it. Just lost a flip. GG's.
So what happened now?
11
Oh,
players
during the break.
left.
Oh, just break.
Yeah, good game. Notoriously known for folding those queens today, but you know, he did manage to get a pay jump, Greg, and unfortunately he doesn't get there. And the chip counts. Wataru, Wataru has 60 bigs. Chip leader now.
We're going to play one more hand before these players and myself and Mama get a break. So stay tuned. 11 players left now.
Almost down to the final table, Greg.
Almost at a final table. Pay jump was had with Chao being eliminated. 12th, he just won. Out in 12th, Chao locked up 13.2 million. All the players have now locked up 14.8. So that was a 1.6 million. 1.6 million Korean won pay jump. About a third of a buy-in? About a third of a buy-in. So no super significant pay jumps quite yet compared to the buy-in size. But once you get to the final table, folks, I see $8 million pay jumps. Oh, sorry, 8 million won pay jumps. 10 million, 13, 13, 15, 35, and 60. So you're not going to want to miss this epic final table of the APT High Roller. One of our most prestigious and high-stakes events here.
One day, Greg.
One day. 207 entries, just down to 11. Top 5% of the field.
Oh, no shopping. No shopping. Okay. Because we're very close to the final time. You can put back your chips. You can put back your chips. We're not shopping.
For those of you just joining us, we did have a slight interruption about 10 or 15 minutes ago. We appreciate you coming back. We are down to 11 players, as we mentioned. And we will be going to a short break, but there is action.
Yeah, looks like a single raise pot, cut off open, big blind defend. Flop comes 10, pardon me, flop comes king, queen, deuce, 2 hearts. Flush draw here for Hiroshi. 10-8 high for Thanisorn, backdoor flush. Bet, fold. And that is going to be our last hand of this event right before this break. Folks, when we come back, we've got 11 players. We're playing down to a winner today who will be taking home 171 million Korean won, about 130 US dollars. There will be glory, there will be upsets, there will be tears, but first, there will be a break. This is Greg Goes All In and Poker Llama. We will be right here catching all of the action right after the break.
to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Queen on the river.
It's okay. Only one out.
Oh, 1 out.
Someone have jack?
Nope. Why did you? Okay, cool. Ice cream. Let's face it, ice cream. The face is ice cream.
I have one king. I have one king.
Queen?
No, one king.
You don't need a king. You don't need a king. So it's done there. Hold. Nope. 37.
Okay, five. Oh,
Chop.
Ace king.
What the fuck?
I got 2 in 1.
Oh my gosh. Ollie? Go. Your pair? Your pair? I hope no. fucking thing. Okay, so. Diamond. Diamond is not bad. Diamond. One more diamond. Nope.
You try to do the big stand up, right?
Perfect block. I'm tired of it. 这把操控Holy shit.
Ten is a straight now.
Interesting hand.
I'm feeling a 10. Team Thailand. Lucky.
See your hand? See? Fight? No fight. GG. I mean, really?
You don't do like when I saw it in school.
Yeah, I can fold.
If you didn't
King Jack? Oh. Nope.
Okay, Queen. Queen on the
Oh, okay. Queen's okay. Okay. It's okay. It's not busted. It's okay.
so guys,
The savings okay. Man. That's my money. Woo! Finish. Queen? Okay. Only one out.
oh, 1 out.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
And welcome back to the APT High Roller final day, as we are down to 11 players left.
11 players, that's right. Started the day with 24, 22, something like that.
22, I believe.
22. Taylor Swift, 22, now down to half of that field, down to 11. Commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Poker Llama. Poker Llama, how are you? How was your break?
I'm doing good. Break was good. Got some water, got some hydration in, and picked up some snacks on the way back.
Nice. I myself did the same. Got a coffee and 3 Snickers bars. But other important things, we got the stream schedule here. September 3rd. Hey, that's today. APT High Roll 8 Max final day. That is today. We're playing down to a winner. 130K to first. And our tour schedule, December 1st to December 10th. We're going to Hanoi for Hanoi Billings. Want to learn more about that? Go to apt.poker. All right. Average stack right now, 1.8 million. Players remaining 11. Average big blinds is 38, so not super short. We've got plenty of plays still to be had. Prize pool generated was 813 million Korean won, whopping 616,000 US dollars approximately. And as mentioned, first place gets 171 million Korean won, 130,000 US dollars. As we take a look at that APT Lion Trophy, that also will be going to our first place. First place, what's the word I'm looking for? Player, positioner,
Champion?
champion.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 5 players on this feature table, 6 players on the other. We got already some people in the chat. Vikash asking, how can I join an invitational free roll in Natural 8? Step 1, sign up for Natural 8. You can do that at natural8.com, or you can check out the link in the pinned comment.
Up, asking if Elky's still in play. Unfortunately, he is not. Busted a couple, maybe 2 hours ago.
GG's to Elky.
But of course, Justin with that information.
Wataru, a live chat favorite. Gonna fold the Queen 5 suited. Back to Thanisorn Saelor. 8th all-time money list of Thailand. Sim Kakwai of Malaysia now. 24 bigs. 1.2 million. Under average stack right now. Average stack being 1.8.
Oh.
Rockets for Hiroshi in the small blind versus the big blind. We saw Hiroshi before. Jam 30 big blinds under the gun with 9s. Jam 25 big blinds with 10s in early position. Now with the aces, going to choose a flat. Sakurai. Wow, action flop here, folks. Limped pot here with aces versus Jack 6 of diamonds. Flop comes 7-3 deuce 2 diamonds. Sakurai with the Jack high flush draw 1 over. Hiroshi with the aces. We'll bet 60,000.
Yeah, I imagine this is gonna. Oh, he decides to just flat again.
Check bet call. Wow, what a turn. Ace of clubs top set for Hiroshi. Gonna slow play this all the way. Action goes check, check. As the river, 9 of spades, Sakurai with Jack 6 high. Gonna be hard for Hiroshi to get value from that.
Yeah, the trap understandable, but misses out some value in previous streets, Greg.
Yep. And that'll be a pot there.
Oh.
So Hiroshi shows the aces.
Not able to timing.
Last draw, you know.
You.
Hiroshi Nishiyama of Japan
Yeah.
has 352,000 in total live earnings. Japan's all-time money list, 41st place.
뭐 혼났다기 나를 뭐라
Chip count, Wataru up top, 60 big blinds.
소유 하그룹 앞돌았네 올해.
Wataru, Wataru.
You really love Wataru's name.
I'm gonna keep saying it.
It's a fun name. One of the names that stick with me is Hwani Lee from back all the way in APT Manila last year in November. Just everybody in the chat loved Hwani Lee, and I could not say that name. I could not say that name without saying it like as if a sports commentator for soccer who just saw a goal. Hwani Lee. Great name. I haven't seen him since. Sim in the cutoff, ace-10 offsuit.
Juani Lee, hopefully you're doing well.
Yeah, I hope you're doing well. How are you, man? I don't even remember what he looks like, to be really honest. I just remember the name.
He folded already.
Okay, single raise pot. Cutoff versus small blind. Don't see this situation too often. Ace 10
Justin.
6-4. Yes.
With the valuable information
Oh my
again.
goodness, Justin Fairbanks, how do you know all of this? You're incredible. Simcock Y on the Queen Jack 5 board. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. Folded before. Couldn't even get the chips out.
Maybe you save money.
Check it out.
Blinds go up.
Yep, 30K, 60K. No short stacks here. Simcock Y our shortest with 23 big blinds. Plenty of play. Oh, we're going to see an all-in and call on the other table here. I see Andy Liu in the left-hand corner. Not sure if he's in this hand. Yes, he is. Looks like he's all in and covered.
Okay.
Andy all in and covered by Wei Wei.
Bonus.
Looks like there's already a board out. Looks like Andy finds a double from Wei Wei.
Can I put it here? Here?
As we still remain 11 players here at the APT High Roller.
Easier for me. I can put this here, right? I'm supposed to put here, but can I put it here? Like, I have to put it here? Okay.
Sim asking if he's able to just play his cards on the right side of the chip stack there, but being told that it's important to put them on their RFID, excuse me.
Yeah, there is
Scanners.
an RFID scanner on the right side of his chips as well, as demonstrated by the little T there. But the one on his left is the one that is assigned to him. If he does not put it there, we will be playing poker in the dark. So we appreciate the compliance here. As Hiroshi gets into a pot here, going to limp, using a limp strategy here in the late position with 10-9 of spades. Thanisorn, big blind, ace-5 off. Will defend. Check his option. As flop comes, Jack 9, Queen, 2 diamonds, Thanisorn with 1 overcard, backdoor diamonds. Hiroshi with bottom pair, open-ended straight draw. Pretty spicy. King of diamonds for a sweat. Jack of hearts. Now 2 pair for Hiroshi. Jacks and 9s. Can't be as worried about a jack. Less combos of jack X's in Thanisorn's randomized capped range. Checking the big blind option. Hiroshi still has the open-ended straight draw.
One more. No blue.
Thanisorn with ace high. May choose to look Hiroshi up. If he's thinking Hiroshi's limping in with weak suited connectors like 8-7, 6-5 suited, that might take a stab here. Will not. Makes the correct fold. Thanisorn, 8th all-time moneyless from Thailand. And Hiroshi Nishiyama of Japan will pick up the chips. Hiroshi again with 352,000 total live earnings. Nothing to scoff at all. You got a Hendon mob yet?
Not giving it to you, Greg. It's really sad. But it's got a comma in it.
That's good. Nope, I couldn't find Poker Llama. I don't want to dox your real name, so. We'll find out later. But Greg goes all in, on the other hand. That would be myself. Has 4 caches. 2 of them are here in Incheon. A total live earnings of 7,280. And I don't even know if they've registered the second one yet. Yes, they have. Total live earnings, 7,280.
We're going to see a raise here from Zachariah, excuse me, with the 6-9 suited cutoff, and Thanisorn picking up King Queen offsuit, thinking about what to do here, as he does have more chips than Zachariah. It likes to raise here.
Love to see it. It is versus a late position open, so late position is going to be opening wide. We'll have to fold a decent amount of range, 2 with 3-bet. Thanisorn with King Queen offsuit has good removal to strong hands that can continue, like Ace King, Ace Queen, Kings, Queens, King Queen suited, etc., etc., etc. Action back to Zachariah with the big lick. Something's happening on the other table. Oh, oh.
Thinking about a call here, Greg. Maybe spicing it up, and
wow. We are spicing it up. Folks, you're witnessing a 3-bet pot. Neither player with a premium, and most notably, Zachariah with 9-6 suited as flop comes 10-6-4, out flops King Queen off. 1 club. Wow, an 8th pot bet here. An 8th pot bet here by Thanisorn. 100k into 820k.
banks in the front table?
Question about time banks. General structure at the APT is everyone gets 5 time banks to start the tournament, and then you get replenished to 5 again at the final table. Wow. Deuce of Hearts on the turn gives Thanisorn a king high flush draw. 2 overs as well.
Yeah, you have to be curious about what Zachariah is calling you with on the flop. And he called your 3-bet, so I could imagine this probably going check call, or no, he's telling the story, Greg.
Yep, telling the story here. 3 bets, Zachariah's 3-bet defense range will have a lot of middling pocket pair and suited royals, especially when Thanisorn bets an 8th pot bet on the flop, keeps a lot of air still in range that cannot withstand a bigger 400k bet here on the turn, 400k into 1 million.
Thanisorn does block Ace King of Hearts.
That is true.
And he sniffs this one
Is it?
Out, Greg.
We'll call 400 here. Wow. Zachariah makes an exploitative call versus a 3-bet with the big lick. Makes the correct call on the flop and the turn. Needs to fade hearts in the 2 overs as the river comes the king of clubs. Thanisorn will take the lead here.
Gets the help he needed, Greg.
A very welcome sight by Thanisorn. I mean, would have preferred to see the ace of hearts, but a king will do.
Has a 1-to-1 SPR. Question is Zachariah ever trapping with a flush here? I mean, you block flushes. Do you go for full value? Sizing is the question here.
And Thanisorn goes all in. Zachariah's time chips go all in as well. The meme
Swaps.
glasses are off.
Swaps the glasses.
The GTO glasses are on. Zachariah thinking this through. What bets 1/8 on the flop? What 3-bets him? Bets an 1/8 on the flop. Barrels 40% on the turn. And then jams river for a pot-sized bet. That Zachariah beats.
Set of 10.
Ace queen with the ace of hearts. The hearts.
The turn improve you.
Says the turn improve you.
No ace and no ace.
He must be putting him on a hand like ace jack, queen jack of
He
diamonds.
says no flush.
Let me know when it's the last one, okay?
Just wondering, does an overpair play like this? Does aces, ace king, with a single pair play like this? Really representing kings or tens, but Thanisorn, good enough to know to merge his top pair queen kicker into his nut range. Makes a polarizing bet here for in relationship to the bet, the size of the bet is thin value, some would say. Zachariah in the tank, thinking about a hero call. Jacks doesn't do this. Queens don't do this. Wow, makes the call! And Zachariah, with the hero call with 3rd pair, is eliminated with the hero call.
Cover.
Out in 10th place here at the Asian Poker Tour High Roller event.
Final table.
Yeah, very interesting call there. I didn't expect the call, to be honest, but he must have, you know, some sort of exploitative read, like you said, Greg, earlier, and you know he is beating hands like that we're bluffing with, like ace jack, ace queens of the world.
I want you to show king of heart. I know already.
King of heart, you know king
Yeah.
of heart.
I know king of heart already.
Good run though from
I
Zachariah.
want you to show the king of heart. I know already.
GG's. And we are down to the final table, ladies and gentlemen. And we will be going on a 1 hour break now. The players will go have dinner. Greg and I will go have dinner. You guys hopefully will go have dinner or go snack. And come back to a final table here at the High Roller with first place going to win 130K USD. That's 171.9 million Korean won, excuse me. So we are down to the final 9 out of 207 players, and we appreciate you joining us. I am Poker Llama. This is Greg Goes All In. We will be back in an hour. and we'll see you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Ну, один all-in, 200 там с чем-то, я пол, у меня шестерки, флоп шестерки. Туз король. Нихуя у него фишек. Я думал, я чип-лидер. Да? Nine. Okay.
Rồi.
It's like 300. Yeah. 300?
315.
315?
А. Лёх, вот сюда поставь просто на столик. красивая эта девочка.
Смотри, она видишь, что выигрыш.
И я-то с ней это, переписываюсь постоянно. И- Давно уже на Чедидо. На Чедидо уже. Когда я турнир выиграл, он тоже там работал. А? На модель бывшая. Я в Инстаграм не зашел, мне там на Попова Диму уходит. Ну, походу я чуть постарел. 아, 다카시 텐투아시. 다카시.
아이야 진짜야.
왜 그래요?
You just come you but change player, you know.
I have no choice.
다카시, good game.
Good game.
超痛苦的，这一手超痛苦，1000万。还没。Holy shit!
Ten is straight now.
Interesting.
I'm feeling a 10. Team Thailand.
Set my life again. Fuck. Hey, what the fucking hell? Oh, no.
Wait, but the 20,000 is not the main point, right? The main point is 20,000. Yeah.
So what, he wins 20 only?
Yeah, if he wins, he will get back there.
So that means it's all yours
Yeah,
already.
that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
我的 JQ 黑桃，他不开我就射了。Chop, chop, 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 chop. 权位多一点 ，Yep. I got it. Small blind. Yep. You see your hand? You see? Fight? No fight. GG. Sorry. Gotta wait a moment.
Take your time.
I think I need some weather show. Fuck. For me, 2 minutes.
If she didn't miss blue, I would have got it in too.
No, I can fold.
I got 2 jack. If she didn't miss blue, 8.
King Jack?
Yeah.
Oh.
7 for me.
No?
Okay, queen. Queen on the
Ah,
board.
okay. Queen is okay. Okay. It's okay. It's not busted. It's okay.
So guys,
No, 7 is okay. Man.
five, check.
One good. 8 money. Thank you.
Save my money.
Because I sure raise and I sure call that for it, right?
因为我就刚好 I know. Yeah, just relax.
Okay, just relax.
Just relax.
You can go back shower first already.
Finish. Queen? Okay.
Who queen project?
Queen.
Yeah, okay. Jack on the top.
Queen on the river.
It's okay. Top first. Diamond?
Only one out.
Oh, 1 out. Someone have Jack? Nope.
Pilot yet? Okay, cool. Ice cream. Let's face it, ice cream. The face is ice cream.
I have one king. I have one king.
Queen?
No, one king.
You don't need a king. You don't need a king. No, it's not. Hold. Nope. 37.
Okay, 5. Oh,
Chop.
Ace king. Ace king.
What the fuck?
I got 2 in 1. Ace.
Oh my gosh.
Shut this go. Button free roll.
What the fuck?
Come back.
But
Go.
you have pair? You have pair? Oh no. Okay. Okay. Diamond. Diamond is not bad. Diamond. More diamond. No.
You try to do the big stand up, right?
It's perfect.
What can you do?
Block.
Call. 350.
Are we getting more time then to my table? Okay. If I'm in.
Set of 10. The turn. Let me know when it's the last one, okay?
Cover. Final table. Up. I knew you were gonna kill you. Maybe street stop. Maybe.
Okay. 4 turn.
4. Olur. Леха, уже одного это побрил. Первую же раздачу.
Mỹ Diamond được turn.
Плюс ривер. Ну, один all-in, 200 там с чем-то, я пол, у меня шестерки, флоп шестерки. Плюс король. Нихуя у него пишет. Я думал, я чип лидер. Да? Nine. Okay.
Yeah. Very nice.
That's like 300. Can you count it? Yeah. 300?
350.
315?
А. Ну, вот сюда поставь просто на столик. Красиво, это девочка.
What are you 样子，是不是一个职业？
Я такие вот переписываюсь постоянно. Давно уже? Вы на Чередову? На Чередову. Когда я турнир выиграл, он тоже там работал. А? На модель лучше. Я в Инстаграм не зашел, у меня там на по поводу уходит. Ну, походу я чуть постарел. Ah, Takashi Tentuashi. Takashi.
Aya, 진짜 aya.
그렇게요.
You just come you but team player, you know?
I have no chips.
Takashi, good game.
Good game.
是不是打下去的时候会感觉到比较顺利？打下去之后是不是感觉到比较顺利？会比较快。
对啊，是跟日本一般比较线，对不对？
现在16名有多少？
跟他有没有？我这把操控组，没手操控，1000万。I don't know. Holy shit! 刚才是他在搞，想看 hold 住，可以这样，可以这样。
10 is a straight now. Feeling a 10. Thailand.
Set my life again. Fuck. Hey, what the fuck? Oh, shit, no.
But the 20,000 is not the main pot, right?
Yeah, 35.
The main pot is only...
35 is empty.
Yeah.
So what, he wins
win?
empty only?
Yeah, if he wins, he will bring back then.
Oh. So that means it's all yours.
Yeah,
already.
that's right.
J. Yeah, yeah. 我的 J2 可以考，他不开我就死了。Chop, chop, chop, chop. 前卫多一个 ，Yep. I got it. Small blind. Yeah. 不是6万吗？6万吗？
对对对，4万对对。再把这俩扣而已啊，4万，然后扣2万出来，然后2个人10万。
啊。5? No 5. GG. Sorry. I think I need to go.
If she didn't misdo, I would have got it in too.
I can fold.
I got 2 jack. If she didn't misdo. 8.
King Jack?
Yeah.
Oh.
7.
Nope.
Okay, twin.
Okay, Queen is okay. Okay, it's okay. It's not busted. It's okay. No sevens open. Okay. Save my money. Woo! Oh, it's done now. I know. Yeah, just relax. Just relax.
You can go back shower also, don't worry.
Finish. Queens? Okay. Queens.
Okay.
Jack on the flop.
Queen on the river.
It's okay. Flop first.
Only 1 out.
Oh, 1 out.
Okay, Nicole. Oh, Nicole. Ice cream. Nice. Let's face is ice cream. The face is ice cream.
I have one king. I have one king.
Queen?
Oh, one king.
You don't need a queen. You don't need a queen. Oh, it's done. Oh. Nope. 37.
Chop.
Oh my gosh.
Shut this go better.
Not good. Yeah.
Button zero.
What the fuck?
Come back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final table of the APT Incheon South Korea Festival. And what a final table we have. The stage has been set here in Paradise City as we find ourselves live once more from Incheon. It is, of course, the 2-day high roller with over 100,000 up top. $130,410 to be precise. With these final 9 players guaranteed $13,326 for their efforts so far. For some, a potential trip saver. For others, just adding more cash to the pile that they've already collected here over the last 10 days of action. And I don't know about you, Vidor, but I am looking forward for this one. A bit of high roller action with over 6 figures for first man. Are you ready for one more show?
Absolutely. The withdrawal is starting to kick in, of course, as we close out what has been yet another successful, dare I say, super successful series here at APT Incheon. Now, the super high roller and the superstar third place finishers in the mix with the chip lead, I might add. I mean, how do these guys do it? That's what I'm most excited to see. Valerie Park, also a familiar face from the main event final table yesterday. I mean, there are some absolute crushers on this table, and as you said, some of those just adding to the piles they've accumulated here at the festival alone. As there we see 207 entries for this one, yet another smashing success, beating the record set by the Da Nang and Hanoi High Rollers. Of course, down to the final 9, it's all to play for, and we have reset the blinds, by the way. So the average big blinds are now 39. Incredible. Lots of deep stack poker to be played here.
Yeah, Milos Skrbic as well coming in, I believe, 5th in chips, fresh off a trophy in the 300k no limit single draw mix. He was saying how, you know, this trip had been going pretty brutally for him, hadn't had anything work out, was like over, I don't know, 20 tournaments or so. And he even joked saying, hey, I'm just going to save it for the high roller. Like, the high roller is going to be the one that just gets me out of it. And he's actually made it to this FT. Apologies, 4th in chips. Just before the break, of course, there was the elimination of Kwek, who tried putting on his cape rather unsuccessfully, courtesy of a king hitting the river in pretty brutal fashion. It was an epic attempt at a hero call. And you have to assume that on most other rivers, he would have found the call as well and would have been right had it not been for the King of Clubs. But with him putting on the cape, it has given the chip lead to Saelor, who's coming in with the only stack of more than 5 million. 5,005,000 chips. That's a pretty sizable chip lead over Valerie Pack and the rest of the field. And I guess it's going to be all eyes on the shorter stacks, Jeffrey Lowe and Wing Po Lu, who are sat on sub 1.2 million. Anything stand out to you looking at the chip counts? It looks pretty standard so far.
Well, the distribution, as you said, yeah, 5 million for the chip leader, 1 million for the shortest stack. Andy, he goes by Wing Po Lu from Hong Kong. Now, the Hong Kong players at the bottom, I certainly would not discount them. They have 1 million and 1.1 million. Andy Liu and Jeffrey Lowe, both local legends, either in the making or already. Andy Liu, by the way, successful at the Superstar Challenge as well, and some other final tables here at APT Incheon. Jeffrey Lowe used to be a full-time finance professional, made the switch to full-time poker professional, certainly has some moves up his sleeves. I would keep in mind one of our favorites, Henry, a middle stack for now. Wataru Khashoggi from Japan has really been putting on a show on every feature table he finds himself at. Was in the top 16, I believe, in the main event yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing what this man has up his sleeve.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing. I mean, everyone at this table that we've seen so far has been active, has been entertaining to watch, to say the least. I'm more excited about the heads-up match that we'll be watching at some point. Obviously, yesterday we had a three-way deal made. This one, given that it's, what, 130,000 and change USD up top, but it's looking like a 57 million KRW pay difference between first and second. And knowing the players that we have at this feature table, there are a few people here that I got the feeling would not be interested in making a deal should they make it to heads up. So perhaps something that we didn't have in the main, which is going to be just playing it out, 30,000 heads up match. Actually, no, sorry, it's a $40,000 heads up match. So yeah, really looking forward to this one, Vidor.
Indeed, I think I speak for all of us to say it's been an incredible series. This is the last day of the series and the stream. I really hope it's going to be a fun, action-packed final table. And indeed, with the players on this table, I am very confident that's what we'll get as we head on to the final table of the APT Incheon 2-day High Roller event.
Oh, it sounds like Victor, our producer, in our ears, the man in the skies is saying that Greg Goes All In is almost ready. The stage is being set to introduce the final 9 players. 207 hopefuls in this one, down to 9, battling it out for 130,000 US dollars. So without further ado, I believe Mr. Greg Goes All In is ready to introduce our final table of the APT Incheon South Korea 2-day High Roller. You ready, Vidor?
Let's go.
I'm ready.
Super excited also. I mean, of course, we're always ready, Henry. I was just about to add, by the way, I mean, with these pay jumps on the line, it's really interesting to see. You mentioned, excuse me, sorry about that. You mentioned this can be a series saver for some, but really most of these players obviously going to go for that top place prize. How much does ICM play into the mix as
and
we see
welcome.
the trophy?
You're
and
watching
Greg,
the APT High Roller final table. Exciting final table happening here at APT Incheon. The last day of APT Incheon. Very sad. We've got 813 million Korean won in the prize pool. 172 million going to first alongside the beautiful, the regal, the royal APT Lion Trophy. Let's go ahead and meet our players. In seat 9, folks, coming all the way from Thailand, he is currently our chip leader. 5 million in chips. Please give it up for Thanisorn. Thanisorn, 8th all-time money list from Thailand, representing Thanatak. We've got applause from the other players. Great sportsmanship, elite level of poker play, and always a good game as well. And let's introduce our next player, no stranger to our featured table. Seat 8, 1,035,000 in chips. It is Hong Kong's Liu Wing Po. Welcome, welcome back. This guy, a regular here, seen him many feature tables. Can he bring it home here in the APT High Roller, also known as Andy? Andy, how are you today? Good? Good. Very good. Good, very good. And now in seat 7, 1.15 million in chips from Hong Kong. Please welcome Jeffrey Kun Wai Lo. Jeffrey here, rocking the Natural 8 patch and the Natural 8 hoodie. Natural 8 on Natural 8. Love to see it. Representing our very generous sponsor. Welcome, welcome, Jeffrey. And now, in seat number 6, 1.2 million in chips, one half of a Win Poker couple, it's Lin Huawei! Also known as Wei Wei, won the APT women's event here at APT Hanoi, here to make an appearance at our high roller. Welcome, Wei Wei. And make sure to subscribe to Win Poker Couple on YouTube. And now, in seat number 5, 1.28 million in trips, representing Malaysia, it's Sim Kokwai. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Sim. Mr. Sim made a very deep run in the main event as well. Final 2 tables. Great to see him back right after here on the next day at the APT High Roller. Wasting no time trying to get that bag as we're off to seat number 4. 1.96 million in chips. It is Japan's Nishiyama Hiroshi. Welcome, welcome, sir. Konnichiwa. Thank you for making out here from Japan. Has been on our feature table. Been lovely doing commentary for him the past couple of hours. And what an exciting final table appearance here for Japan's Hiroshi. As we go on to our next Japanese player in seat 3, 2.85 million in chips. It's Kosugi Wataru. Welcome, welcome, Wataru. Coming in here, stoic, flashing the shirt. What does it mean? I do not know. I need to learn Japanese. Welcome, welcome. In seat 3, Japan's Kosugi Wataru. As we move on to seat number 2, 2.6 million in chips. Representing Serbia, it's Miloš Skribic. Welcome, welcome. Easily the tallest player here at this table is coming in at seat 2. A very astounding 2.6 million in chips representing Serbia. Love to see the representation. And now, last but not least, from Uzbekistan, 3.7 million in chips, placed 4th in the APT main event yesterday. Back at it again for another final table back-to-back. It's Valerie Pak. Welcome, welcome, Valerie. Many appearances here on our feature table, back-to-back final tables. What an impressive performance, folks. This is going to be a star-studded table, final table. It's going to be epic. And again, folks, 172 million up top and the coveted APT main event Lion Trophy. It's going to be a great one. Don't go anywhere. And I'll throw it back to Henry and Vitter back in the commentary booth.
Well, there we go. Quite the introduction, as expected from Greg Goes All In. He makes it fun and awkward at times, Vido. He's just like, yo, how's it going? And the guy's just like, leave me alone, Greg, okay? I want to play poker. All right, I'll answer how I'm doing based on how I get on at this final table.
Well, Greg is simply the best at what he does. We've discussed this many a times. I think the chat absolutely agrees. Did point out some of the players we had failed to mention so far. Wei Wei, of course. One half of Win Poker Couple on your screen at the moment. Wife to Nevin, who was also on some of our feature tables. And shipped the ladies event. Running hot to say the least, but shipping the ladies event, impressive though it might be. Making it past the 200 entries or so of this high roller, the 2-day high roller. The prestigious 2-day high roller with that Mega Lion trophy up on offer. That's something else. Super impressive.
Here we go.
And look at this, by the way. We have Abraham Seasman in the chat saying, come on, Valerie. Abraham finished 5th in the main event. Valerie, of course, 4th in the main event. Good to see you here, Abraham. And needless to say, GG and absolutely well played. What a 6th series. Crushing it in the Superstar event as well.
Valerie Pak in the mix certainly makes things entertaining. Absolute blinder of a performance in the main event. What could have been had his kings just found a hold. Four-handed Certainly a contender to close out the event. Just playing the kings here under the gun open from Saelor. A bit loose, but chip lead, super deep. Can get away with it. Now, were you surprised at all, Vidor, how quickly we got down to this FT?
In a way, I was, just because, of course, our structure is incredible as well. 40-minute levels with 100,000 starting stack leads to a lot of play as we get down to the late stages. However, these players are certainly just going for it. I did see some crazy stuff as I caught the coverage, by the way. We've been mentioning our favorite on the table, Wataru Khashoggi, capable of making some wild moves. 5-bet King Jack off all in at the main event. He actually got called by a player who misread their hand to double up. I mean, if that's not a sign the poker gods are favoring you that day, I don't know what is.
The memory of an elephant, my man. Like, the amount of hands that you just randomly recall. You're like a walking encyclopedia for hand histories and APT information, dude. I love it.
Unfortunately, it's the weakest superpower ever. It's
well,
like
having a good memory.
Poker X-Man. For APT poker hands in particular. It's a very, very specialized X-Man power, if you might.
Saelor's got to continue. Go 3 ways to a turn. Would you believe? A couple of players with king high. Potential opportunity now for the king 8 to take this one away, although getting 2 calls on the flop to then barrel once more. Potential 0 equity bluff.
Please.
Well, Pack just non-believer, mate. Just snap calls. 1.4 out there already. This is a sizable pot, and the case 10 makes its way to the river. Well done, dealer, for finding the case 10 to really make this one exciting.
Pack basically sitting there with the nuts. Second nuts technically, but in all likelihood. Saelor has been super exciting to watch on every table he's found himself on. Now trying to exert that chip lead, but is battling against second in chips. There is that golden rule. These two certainly not the chip stacks that should be battling each other at this stage. As we kick off the FT, look at that pile of bricks. The full 1 million. Credit to Saelor for finding the heart to make that monstrous size bluff. 1 million, by the way.
We have a new chip leader.
Oh, certainly.
Valerie Pack. Sucked out on the main event, 4 left. Certainly one of the front runners in my mind to take it down. Getting his revenge here on fellow Thai superstar Saelor Thanisorn. Barreling off unsuccessfully. So sick about you've tripled off, bro. It's first and second in chips. You've tripled off, and the guy jams on the other river. It's one of the worst feelings in poker.
And he shows it.
Wow. I tell you what, this final table could be over in a couple of hours with Pack having the chip lead. I mean, we saw just how aggressive he can be, how involved he gets. And the thing is, he's not scared to put chips in the middle with marginal holdings as well. He's so tough to bluff.
Absolutely. If anything, the only weakness I would add, something that perhaps these players could have caught on if they caught our streams, perhaps did their research in the 1 hour break coming into the final table. He absolutely begins to exert his chip lead, is always in the mood to be the table captain. And he might just prove my point. Seems to be thinking about making a move with Jack 6, mercifully. Decides not to, under the gun. Would have been as loose as it gets. But coming back to it, once he loses a couple of hands on the main event final table yesterday, even when he's no longer the biggest chip stack, he continues to go for it. Perhaps a little bit of frustration seeps in. So, could be something that the other players look out for. At the moment, certainly in pole position. Valerie back from Uzbekistan, really showing how to do it. JP in chat, by the way, asks who's taking it. Well, what do you know, JP? Look at the form pinned on top of chat. It's a guess the winner form. Guess correctly, you get entered into a flip out for free money.
Good shout out, Fiddle. You got your guesses in?
Are we allowed to say?
Yeah, I mean, we're allowed to get involved in the guessing game, right? Or will we get in trouble?
Okay, well, there you go. I think it is Valerie Pack's time. You mentioned getting slightly unlucky. We saw him get back the chip lead. Not an easy call there on the turn, by the way. Made it look easy. I think yesterday, like I said, he got a little bit carried away, but good poker players, pardon me, learned their lessons. I think he's coming with a different mindset today.
I'm going for Milosh. That's who I voted for.
Yeah, definitely going to talk about him as soon as he finds himself in the mix. I mean, what a crusher. The man with the most live tournament earnings on this table, crossing over 3 million, the man from Serbia. As we look back at the hand, the ace-jack found the call. Jeffrey Lowe from Hong Kong, not a believer, as Saelor makes a flush, the backdoor variety.
Natural 8 said you're a better way from winning millions. I love that mindset. That's me. That's literally me every time I sit down to play poker. I'm like, you know what, Henry? You could leave $1 million richer today. There is a non-0% chance that that's the case. Saelor going to empty the clip, of course, after rivering the flush. We've got a massive nothing burger here for Jeffrey. You beat Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10 of diamonds. Don't do it. So Saelor getting involved in a couple of big pots from the start of play today. Typically see players ease their way in to a final table But this one, a high roller, fresh off of a dinner break. Perhaps these guys and lady didn't grab enough food and they're still hungry for more.
I think you're right about players wanting to ease in, and even though some of these guys are absolute regs, so to speak, some of them coming off fresh final tables or fresh wins, Saelor, having the chip lead, came in with the mindset of taking advantage of exactly that aspect of the game. While others are settling in, it seems like he wants to just go for it. Firing, bluffing against that, in that hand against back, of course. In the last hand, finding the value and playing arguably the same way. I think in the intro, Greg mentioned he was 8th, I believe, on the Thai all-time money list. And given the way the Thai contingent has been performing all over the world when it comes to poker, that is pretty impressive to say the least.
Yeah, I believe it was 8th or 10th. It was a good number, let's put it that way. He's up there. He's in the mix.
Well, full credit to APT Incheon, by the way, for helping him get there. 3rd in the Superstar Challenge for $152,000. That was a deal, I believe. And 3rd in the APT Super High Roller, two of the most prestigious events we have here at the APT Incheon, for $51,000.
That's insane.
What a run. What a series.
On turn card. Pack picking up a gut shot. Milos with a card that perhaps he wants to barrel on. This pack, though, this man just doesn't seem to fold. We just saw him cool down, flop and turn with 10s. Rivering a set. Is this case going to be different?
The ace, of course, on the turn. The perfect card for Milos to barrel on. Under the gun, open.
Wow.
And Pack seems to know exactly that. Let's go.
So
this goes to showdown.
Read on. Clubs brick. All of the flopped straight draws brick. Apart from the 5 deuce. 1.5 out there. I mean, Milos just has the dream hand, right? Blocking ace, jack, ace 10. Unblocking clubs, unblocking 5s and 6s and 7s. Feels mandatory.
If Milos can't find the barrel and this goes to showdown, this will wake up the table.
Surely he finds this.
2 time banks played now.
Wow.
Oh,
such a gangster. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, Vidor. There's no way you get to river with Jack 10 of diamonds and don't empty the clip here.
Overbet.
Just have some of that.
I think he's too much of a professional to ever show this hand after he gets it through, but if he did, that would wake up the table as well. Let's go.
Staring him down, dude.
Pack does tend to do that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this would be an insane call to make. Very, very unlikely. Pocket deuces is losing to some bluffs as well. which is about the worst scenario you want to be in. Pack does take his time. He's big on preserving his image, by the way, in terms of
I'm trying
always wanting to present it.
Trying to think of bluffs that we beat though. Sorry, the bluffs that we lose to. Like, I'm trying to think of bluffs that would empty the clip. Like 5s, 6s, 7s doesn't make sense. Like 9x of clubs just takes it showdown. But it does get the deuces to fold as the serve. Chips up to 3.4 million. That makes things tight at the top, Vidor. May the best man or lady win. I mean, this really feels like one of those anyone's game kind of situation. There's no runaway chip leader, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, everybody has a fair shot at it, including those bottom stacks I was mentioning at the top of the hour. Andy Liu from Hong Kong and Jeffrey Lowe started with, I believe, around the 11-12 big blind mark. Certainly with the structure, we're 8-handed at the moment. 9-handed, rather, of course. 8 max, but we begin the final table, 9-handed. So plenty of time, you know, it's a long time before those big blind and big blind antes come around to you. Certainly anyone's game.
Wataru, what a legend. I've had so much fun commentating on this guy.
He just never disappoints, man. You know, I had Edwin in the booth. I started hyping up Wataru. Edwin must have been thinking, okay, well, I get it. I mean, what can one guy do? Immediately, Wataru just like 3 bets the river with some air. Could be in trouble here. Look at this.
Well,
Ace King for the short stack.
I think we're flipping here for Jeffrey's tournament life.
Time stop. Time. No, actually, it's supposed to like let her count and then restart. Count and then restart the time. Actually, no, actually that's the best way. She count already and then she restart the clock.
Just getting an official count.
880.
Flipping for our first elimination of the FT. Do you want to pick a hand, Vidor, for this FT?
Well, I'm always rooting for the short stack to survive, no doubt. Wataru can certainly afford the dent as well, at least for the moment. So, were I to have the option of which way this goes, always rooting for people to spin it up. Wataru seems to be considering making an insane hero fold here. I don't see it. Wow. I was about to say, I don't see how he can give his opponent credit just for jacks, queens, kings, and aces, but ICM is a real thing. He does not want to lose a third of his stack in what he sees perhaps as a flip at best after all. Jeffrey went all in over the under the gun opening range of Wataru, but man, that's a tight fold.
Is there any merit to preserving one stack here? You know, the 10 spot. We try and think of the range of hands that's going to be going all in. Can we remove 7s and 8s? And thus we're only really crushing one hand, which would be pocket 9s, and then flipping at best against everything else?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the most ICM studied person. Actually, that credit goes to Stephen Lai, who's sometimes in the commentary booth with us, but every once in a while you look at spots like this, you put it into those ICM calculators, ICMizer, and you're surprised at the answer. That could be one of those spots, by the way. Wataru, of course, using his intuition, perhaps, to deduce exactly what you just said, but just wants to preserve his stack, and it is about the structure sometimes. It's about the ICM. It's also about the playing style, right? As we've seen, Wataru is super dangerous with the big stack. So maybe flipping, even though it might be marginally plus EV, even from an ICM perspective. If he wants to go for the win, he wants to be able to make those moves.
Perhaps one of the hands he's going to look back on and potentially regret if things don't go his way here. But for now, has to just move on, focus on the next hand. I could get behind it. Very deep structure. Oh, Jack 8-5 flop. Saelor with top. Tara with bottom pair. And Hiroshi with... I do apologize. I thought Hiroshi was in the blinds. Hiroshi's actually the one that's opened here. Uh-oh. What are we thinking, Hiroshi? What are we thinking? I saw that look in his eyes, Vidor. I knew something was coming. He's gonna float with the ace high. Picks up a gut shot on the turn.
Very confusing float. Ace-6 off looks pretty ugly on that board. Multi-way, pre-flop. Now, the old call the flop, check call the flop, and donk the turn. Very interesting. Has no shot of working, at least for the moment. Top pair, top kicker is just too much of a hand, but Saelor can't be too comfortable. The 9 of diamonds connects with all kinds of holdings. Queen 10, of course, the obvious one. Could have been played this way. Queen 10 suited, I suppose, would be the reasonable holding under the gun. A click back. One of those ways players like to get cheaper showdowns sometime, but in this case he's targeted the perfect hand. Oh my word.
There's 2.1 million in the middle. Hiroshi
He's continued with the 6.
has just dug himself a hole. An unnecessary one at that, starting off with the open from under the gun. And now he's reaching for chips. I'm always very conservative towards my commentary style in the booth. I don't like being overly critical, but this feels like self-inflicted damage from Hiroshi. Perhaps a little bit of impatience, as he was one of the few players that is yet to get involved at this final table. I'm trying to force things a bit. Needs to remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We're going to be here for the next 7-8 hours. That's how long it's going to take to crown a champion. No need to get involved with stuff like this. Now we've got 6 of diamonds in our hands. I mean, like, we're just
flashy, to say the least.
I'm all in, yeah. I mean, you just get to river.
God.
Wow, and a snap call from Saelor. Hiroshi has to table the ace high, and with that, we have our first elimination of the final table video, just out of nowhere.
What a blow up. I mean, super splashy credit for finding the heart for that all-in on the river. The only way, of course, he knew he could have won. And Saelor just having none of it. The pot odds too great. Couldn't have been too comfortable with top pair, top kicker, but just quickly made the call, busting Hiroshi in 9th place there. Self-inflicted, as you said. Credit for the heart, of course. But we do have our 8 finalists now. As we get down from the unofficial, perhaps the official 8 max final table.
No. No. None of that, Fiddle. Final table's a
Oh,
final
my
table.
apologies. Indeed, indeed, indeed.
All this official, unofficial nonsense.
I think he's the.
I don't know. Maybe I should confirm with Soizer and Victor. I don't know.
Well, yeah, we'll double check on that. I retract it for the moment, but be that as it may, Hiroshi Nishiyama, an accomplished poker player, by the way, over 350,000 in live tournament earnings alone, adds another 13,000 or so with that final table finish here at the APT 2-day High Roller.
Well, with that departure, everyone now guaranteed 21,220,000 KRW. Good for 16,000 USD.
No, because he saw you just now, king queen. Maybe.
Yeah. I have king. I not bluff.
You bluff, flop, bluff, turn.
I have king. I know the river.
You know
Yeah.
Hello, floor. Cheating.
I have not flush draw. I have that flush draw too.
Yeah, flush draw.
Yeah.
2 over.
Yeah.
Blinds up, blinds up.
When a hand that
Sorry?
unconventional
Okay.
occurs, it's natural for all the players to be discussing
I think
it.
it's red because. What?
Sailor opening pocket tens. And the man who has been a thorn in his side, Hak, finds the ace-queen suited on his very left. I'm already excited. Sailor, V Valerie, 2 big hands.
3 million?
5 million.
Okay.
Strap yourselves in for a 10 million chip pot. A jest, of course, but these two have been going at it. There's a bit of, I don't know how I'd want to phrase it, but, you know, we're battling it out for table captain at the moment. A bit of a back and forth. It's pack flops top.
Sailor, of course, is the person with the chip lead on the table after that ace-6 hand. By the way, very surprising lack of continuation bet on the queen high board from the ace-queen. A check behind when the king hits as well. A little bit gun shy there. Ends up with the best hand, underrepresented.
10.
Should go for value, but decides to just take the showdown. So perhaps the opposite of what we predicted. Another element to think about, when you look at a hand such as the ace-6 v ace-jack we just saw, maybe it should be yet another sign that the 2 big stacks are not the ones that should be battling it out. The short stacks are here making moves, risking elimination, and there are serious pay jumps to consider.
I just feel like there's going to be inevitable implosion between 2 of the bigger stacks. The way this final table, the dynamics have kind of been going up until now.
Tempting, perhaps, given the size of Lou. Andy Lou stack. 645,000 to call, 925,000. But the all-in is from under the gun +1. Ace-2 suited certainly does not perform the best. When you have a stack as short as 13 bigs, you would love to be the aggressor. Pick up some dead money instead of calling it off. Finds the fold. There it is, 68 big blinds and 67 big blinds up top, tied for the chip lead.
And all of a sudden, 4 sub-15 big blind stacks. Pretty surprised. We're only to level 2 of this final table. The way the chips have kind of been spread out, Milosh has done a good job of separating himself from the rest of the pack with that massive Jack 10 of diamonds bluff against the chip leader, Valerie pack. But Wing Po, Lin, Kokwai and Jeffrey all need to get busy sooner rather than later, and all in a bit of a cage due to the fact that they are all playing similar stacks. The difference between 8th and 5th is more than 30 million KRW, so just outlasting a couple more players locks you up an additional 25,000 or so as Lin takes the spot over the Valerie Open. Listen, I'm telling you.
There's that classic Valerie Open.
I'm telling you, Vidor, when you touch down at Incheon Airport, you know you normally have like the customs card. Where have you traveled to over the last 4 weeks? Have you experienced a sore throat or a runny nose or a cough or anything like that? You know the card that I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. There's also a little box that you have to tick, which says, do you promise to throw GTO out the window and just start firing all cylinders when the time comes?
No cigarette lighters, scissors, or GTO allowed from this point on.
Love to see it.
Something that Valerie did yesterday, by the way, in these kind of spots. Again, absolutely fighting for that table captaincy, so to speak. Opening extremely wide from all kinds of positions. When he did get 3-bet jammed on, which is going to happen when you open early position, he actually took his time Hollywooding, which some people do, I get it, you want to preserve your image. He actually, I would argue, wasted some time banks trying to pretend he had a decision, and after a point I realized it was to just psychologically rattle his opponents, just make them feel like he had a decision, wonder if their tournament life was going to be at risk before he found the fold. So this guy's just thinking on a different level. He's willing to burn time banks just to rattle his opponents in these spots. Justin in chat said, congrats to Andy for laddering up without playing a single hand. That is the way of the world when it comes to MTT final tables. Certainly can make money by folding, and it's part of the game, and you have to. Have to respect ICM. One way to think about it, you mentioned, Henry, the difference between the current minimum prize of 21 million KRW and 5th place, which is to say, if you were to exclude the 3 shortest stacks, sub 15 BB, I mean, that's $20,000 or so, not more, 30 million KRW, closer to $23,000. And that's another 8 buy-ins to this event. That's 8 more chances to splash around. Have to respect ICM sometimes.
You're just here for the splash around, aren't you? That's all you care about.
Obviously. What a way to close it out it would be if all we did was splash around today. And that A6 hand, man, I don't know how else to describe it. Let's do a recap of the line. Open under the gun.
Yeah.
Then check call.
Check call flop, lead turn. What is going on, man?
Lead turn and call the click back. And then jam river.
Jam river at SPR 0.4.
That was insane. Now that is splashing around.
Lin with a couple of pickups, by the way, has managed to create a 5 big blind buffer or so.
calling.
There it is. Not worried that Milos opened under the gun. Ace queen suited, too strong. Love to get a fold here once again, as he did against Pak. Pick up the dead money, chip up without risking his tournament life. King queen.
I have to
Is there a
ask the
world where you could
question.
consider calling?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, some of the madness that we've seen already, if there's ever a time to pass up on a spot, I feel like this would be it. I mean, we've just seen the chip leaders
900.
willing to play big pots, splash around, as you mentioned. How well is King Queen performing against the jamming range of Jeffrey, who's been playing pretty snug? It's close. It's close. I mean, I think there's nothing in it. I think we're indifferent. It's bottom for sure. I think, you know, King Jack's hitting the muck, Queen Jack's hitting the muck. It is an under the gun open as well, and a cut-off jam.
Comes back perhaps to that question of stack preservation. We saw Milos make a sick move with that Jack 10 of diamonds jam on the river against Pak. He's capable of doing so much with a healthy chip stack. Does he want to risk losing what would be about
Bravo.
30% of his chips? Let's go.
Yeah, so that takes discipline. I think it's very easy to fall in love with the pot odds there.
Not your style.
Who said that? Someone just said to Milos, not your style. It's not his style to fold. I want that image, Vidor. That's what I'm striving for in life.
It's hard to bluff a station, after all.
Yeah.
That's your image? You get bluffed less.
That's the image I'm going for.
I remember when I started playing poker, I'm talking about those college home games, the 5-cent, 10-cent time, perhaps the best time in one's poker career. Certainly, I would argue, the most fun in mine. But I don't know if you had this experience, but when you first start playing home games, like, you actually show each other's cards. There's no one player per hand rule or anything like that. And I remember the flop was ace 3-5, and somebody had ace king, and I'd raised them all in. And they showed a buddy of mine their hand. They were considering calling or folding. And the guy says, no, this is Vidor. He can actually have 4 deuce. I would just fold. And what did I have but 4 deuce? Really made me reconsider what the value of image can be in poker and how important it is to play your image.
Yeah.
Early on in my poker career.
What a turn card, by the way. Limp pot. Looks like a pot size bet. No? 80k. Quick call.
Small pot at the moment, but 2 streets of value. Seems quite likely. Dangerous card on the river for Pak. Flush comes in. Of course, the overcard. Snapped. It's paid. Graphics yet to catch up in terms of how much, but there it is, almost full pot size. Nice little pot going the way of Milos there. He's up to almost 50 bigs. So surprisingly, ICM be damned. The big stacks battling it out for the moment. Short stacks staying snug, have laddered up thanks to that arguable blow up. Finding those 3-bet jamming spots. Wei Wei did that. So did Jeffrey Lowe a couple of times. Perhaps Andy Liu's turn shortly. It is inevitable though. One of these short stacks should find its way into the middle fairly shortly. Could this be it? Ace 10, too many blinds for the moment. 16 bigs. Multiple options on the table. One could argue there's even merit to actually finding the fold. Given how much ICM can be valued, he's separated himself from the pack a little bit here with 16 bigs. He's going to go for the open.
It's come for the min. One would assume the idea is to min fold. Miloš looks interested on the small, but Queen 9 does hit the mark. Wataru
Great spot for
dominated.
Jeffrey.
Oh no. Oh, this just has to be showers.
Jeffrey, top pair, top kicker, can easily find himself getting the full double up here. Wataru finding top pair, weak kicker. Goes for the C-bet. 10-4-5 rainbow is the board. Certainly would be C-betting. His entire range there. Wataru knows this. Could decide to bump it up here. Goes for the call for the moment.
Being that this was a +2 open from Jeffrey. Does retain all of the overpairs. The stronger 10x. Gets difficult now without a heart in hand as well for Kasugi. Jeffrey can have some heart draws that barrel twice. Oh, he's just going to lead jam. And Jeffrey's going to be one card away from doubling up. 10 for the chop. Or a 4. Can only lose to a rivered 8. Another massive pot just kind of coming out of nowhere. 2.8 million in the middle. Taro looking for a 3-sider. Doesn't find it. And with that, Jeffrey doubles up to 2.8 million, and now Kasugi finds himself on short stack duties. These guys are trying to speed run their way to a champion.
Indeed. Wataru, of course, known for his speed running, but bit of a blow up there, would you say? I mean, could have been inevitable in terms of how the hand played out. The queen on the river as well may have actually given Wataru a bit more confidence with the higher kicker, but jamming the turn, just hoping for overcards to fold, but willing to take the risk that his opponent had an overpair there. Too ambitious, maybe?
Yeah, it felt like the jam was too much. You often see when the board pairs on perceived cards that favor our range, such as like the 4x and 5x, where we have all of those from the big blind. You see these like small blockish bets. It was sometimes as small as like 1.5 bigs. Could have potentially stopped him from losing his entire stack. Or I should say doubling him up.
So Wataru and Jeffrey essentially swapping stacks there. Wei Wei, one half of Win Poker couple. extremely successful Taiwanese YouTuber along with her husband, who goes by Nevin. Also very, very successful at various APT stops, including Incheon.
I thought Pac was thinking about RFIing there. This guy.
Well, good thing he did not. Milos wakes up with the goods on the button. Charu's hand is in the muck before we can see what it is. 10-9 off, okay. King, Queen suited for
GG's.
the short stack. Yeah,
This
this
is
has
going
to
in the
be a
middle.
3-bet jam. About the worst hand he can be up against. Ace King with the diamond as well.
Snap.
Yeah.
Nothing Sim could do here. Sometimes you're just destined to bow out of a tournament. 5 cards to come though, 28% of the equity for the Malaysian as comes 8-8-4, no diamond in sight, and now finds himself drawing to a queen and a queen only across 2 streets. Close, but no cigar, as there's a chuckle shared between both. And the deuce of spades is going to give us our 8th place finisher. Sim Kokwai heading home, perhaps with a bitter sweet taste in his mouth. Couldn't get anything going, but hopefully the 21,220,000 that he'll be collecting from the pay desk will give him fond memories of his time at this APT series here in Incheon. And with that, Skurbich up to 2nd in chips now, Vidor.
Almost tied with the chip leader and has certainly been a presence at this table. Fired that bluff. Next hand he was involved in, I believe, getting that value with the flop trips from Park, and now eliminating Kokwai in 8th place with about $16,000, as you said, Henry. Next pay jump, by the way, or next prize, I should say, is 22,000 in USD. So we've hit a $6,000 pay jump. Not bad at all. Another couple of buy-ins locked in for all the remaining short stacks. It's going to be a huge sense of relief. Might empower them to make a few more moves. Andy Liu, one of those short stacks, has to fold there. Sub 10 BB now. How's that for a tight fold? Absolutely respecting ICM. Queen Jack off. So often dominated by stronger holdings that could be opening, even in late position. King Queens, Ace Jacks. Just moves on to the next one. Preserves her 17 big blind stack. 3rd from the bottom in chips at the moment. 2 much shorter stacks behind. Wei Wei knows what to do. Disciplined fold. Next pay jump after this, by the way, around $8,000. Start getting into the 30,000 USD territory. This person who goes out next, everybody guaranteed 22,000, as I said. Park finds a real hand this time. No more King 7, and did Wataru fold pocket 6s there?
You sound surprised that he's got a legit holding. As am I.
Well, it was King 7 off last time, same position.
It's a sizable open as well, by the way. It's a 3x. Really just difficult to play against this man. Beyond difficult. Someone in the chat asking if this is the last day for APT Incheon. It is indeed. Shout out to all of you
with us over on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. A fantastic series. So many storylines here in South Korea. Is this going to be the final one? I mean, there's some storylines here. That could potentially emerge.
We're certainly looking at one of them. I mean, if Pac has what has already been an amazing run. Justin in chat, by the way, pointed out how when Pac busted 4th from the main event, he only had a few minutes left to late reg into the 2-day high roller, and here he is.
That is very true. I completely forgot about that.
How do you spin the late red stack into chip leading the final table? Incredible. For any doubters of late regging, well, there you go. You do need to have the poker gumption of Valerie Pac, though. That's the difference.
The King 7-0 open from early position. Is that the gumption you're talking about?
Oh, I've seen much worse, trust me. When he was trying to bully the final table yesterday, he was getting way more out of line.
Yeah, Jeffrey lets it go. $30 bigs, comfortably in the middle of the pack. You mentioned Lin as well, women's champion. 7 left out of the 207 entries in this one. There was speculation between Ray Chu and Victor Chong as to how many runners this would get. And I think the number that was being thrown around was something in the ballpark of 125, 130. Yet here we are. 207 runners, just an insane turnout. Once more at an APT stop.
All credit to, of course, all the players who signed up to show support, not just for this event, but for the entire festival. Amazing to see what a success it has been. You mentioned over 200 runners beating the Summer Series totals for the same event, 160 odd in both Da Nang and Hanoi. So the momentum is super strong. Really amazing to see the prize pool accumulated at various events. And once again, I would love to shout out some of the side events we had going on. Of course, by definition, the final iterations of those today, including tapping out the whole series. A TikTok event, the one Gregory has been final tabling. And let me pause on that because we have a situation brewing that has just been escalated with the holdings of Lin revealed to be pocket jacks. Under the gun +1 open with the suited ace deuce. Milos decides to 3-bet and 3-bet big to 700k. Lin wakes up with the pocket jacks, does not hesitate to get it in there. And Milos is priced in.
Taking the spot, obviously, with the jacks, cards on their backs. For Lin to get up to 3.2 million. Great news for her is that one of the aces has already found the mark. There you go. She's asking Pac, do you have an ace? Yeah, he did. Oh. Ay.
Oof. Never
That's a
easy.
fun board.
Adds kings to the outs. Never easy. Some 10s now possible as well. 5 outs, one of them eliminated. The aces have been swapped as outs, would make the straight for Lin. There we go. Finds the double and then some, thanks to the open from Pac. 3.2 million in chips now. A 40 big blind stack. What a spin up for Weiwei. who's already locked her biggest life cash. Here she is, looking to spin it up to the first place prize.
How much?
1385.
All right.
385.
Oh, Milos down to 43 bigs, but still very healthy. The 2 short stacks. Wing Po on 7 bigs, Wataru on 13.
What you hold king 10?
As time goes on and the legend spreads about how Weiwei is making a run for it here at the APT 2-day high roller, don't be surprised if we start seeing a lot of 7s in chat again, Henry, just like yesterday. I am familiar with her husband when he was making a run at the main event final table at the very last stop in Da Nang. Taiwanese supporters of Nevin and Weiwei certainly showing up in spades.
Thailand currently leading the pack. Saelor with 64 bigs. Pack in second with 61 now. Weiwei and Skirbish kind of tied. In the middle. Then a significant drop off to Jeffrey Lowe, who's comfortably ahead of the 2 short stacks. Sugi and Wing Po.
All eyes definitely on Wing Po Liu, or Andy Liu here. Finds the King 9 suited in the small blind, exactly the kind of hand he needs. Jam it in.
It's been so patient, man. So patient. Does jam.
Sure? I'm so sure. Yeah. Cannot.
Not going to get to spin the wheel this time.
I'm sure that's the way he wants it. Up to 9 bigs without contact. It's perfect. Still the shortest stack. Needs a few more of these. Andy Liu, by the way, thanks to his performance at this festival, crossed $400,000 in live tournament earnings. Has the potential to make it past the $500,000 USD mark if he can spin this one into the win.
Looks interested again, this time on the button. Mystery hand, 9 bigs. My spidey senses. Tingling. Looks like a non-all-in size.
That is surprising. At the 9 big blind stack tapped. Just simply open. Has to confuse your opponents. 8-5 suited.
Yeah, now gets the
That's the
defend.
perfect hand. Yeah. I hope for Andy's sake he has a monster. And this was some sort of a weird trap. 7 big blinds in Andy's stack. About 8 in the middle. Actually 11 big blinds. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, the blinds are 80k. About 6 in the middle. My apologies. I read the small blind there. It was check, check.
What? What third card? 9 of diamonds has Andy just got this board like completely locked down? Like a top set kind of situation, or it's the only kind of hand that would make sense in my mind for him to check back this flop I think it's safe to say that most ace-X and strong king-X from Pac would go in the middle pre. 650 in the middle as the 7 of hearts gives Pac the second nuts. And now we really want to know, what is Andy trapped with?
If he has a hand like queens, perhaps he checks behind. Somehow gets away from it. Oh, for Christ's sake, do not fold without showing us what he had.
Wow.
Oh no.
Couldn't have been too much, Vidor. But he is now down to just 5 bigs.
So funny, Henry. We get so used to having perfect information in the booth. Every once in a while, a mystery holding feels like such a tease. Meanwhile, these guys are out there battling it out for hundreds of thousands of dollars, constantly being in that spot. Gives me a bit of empathy and a sense of appreciation. But like you said, obviously could not have had much, but played it so unconventionally, a jam. Would certainly have gone through. Bit of a misstep, perhaps. Getting cheeky, perhaps. Wataru not worried about ICM. Andy just got crippled down to 5 bigs. Wataru takes his 13 bigs. Under the gun, king queen off and jams it in there and runs into the queens. Mercifully from a stack shorter than his, but bit of a misstep. And I've been telling you this, Henry. With the big blind and big blind ante, players are playing way too loose under the gun. They're just too worried about that burden on the next hand.
Maybe Andy with the same hand as last time. We'll never know.
Possible.
The reader's working this time round.
Wait a minute. Sailor with the ace. Not much to think about. Same for Pac and Milos. Wataru in rough shape. Andy, as you mentioned, has been patient. Did have what seemed like a misstep in the last time, not shoving a small stack from the button, but for the moment is rewarded in the form of queens and a king in the window.
Yeah. That's rough. It's been so patient. No justice in poker. Be as patient as you like. It's drawing to 1 out to stay alive. Doesn't find it, Vidor. And with that, we're going to lose Andy Liu in 7th. And they're dropping like flies at this final table. This was the tournament that we predicted would take some time, but the pace of play so far has us thinking otherwise. Andy going home with 29 million and change for his efforts. And just like that, we're down to 6. It's been non-stop action at this final table. It's Valerie Pac chip leading the final 6, fresh off a 4th place finish in the main event just yesterday. Had a couple of minutes to late reg the high roller and finds himself chip leader with 6 left. What a storyline that would be.
Hard luck, of course, there for Andy. GG. Couple of so 6 in the chat. Pop up.
Sick.
Indeed. That was very, very sick. But with that short stack on short stack violence, no real short stack, mind you. 1.7 million is the stack of Wataru. Plenty of bigs across the board now.
Spin the wheel. Wataru.
What is going on here? Are we about to get down to 5?
I mean, it's It's a flip and a queen in the window, followed by a king. Has us now 2 cards away from getting down to 5. Wataru looking for a red 7. Dropping like flies, as I mentioned, in back-to-back hands, back-to-back eliminations. As one of the most entertaining players from this series, Wataru Kasugi goes home in 6th. Another deep run for him. 39,770,000 for his efforts here in the 2-day high roller.
Hey jump is 14 mil, right? From 5 to 4.
And now we're down to 5.
I think it's 10 now, right?
Yeah, that amount in KRW, as you said, good for almost exactly 30,000 USD. And now the next pay jump was so massive, everybody locking up 40,000 USD, over 10x the buy-in. Great outing already, to say the least. Looking at that 172 million KRW, that's good for about $130,000, as you said. So trying to go from 40 to 130, just 4 spots away. All to play for.
What is going on? How are we 5-handed, Vidal? Weren't we saying that this was going to be a 3 a.m. job? That we needed to stack up on coffee?
I don't know about you, but I just chugged one. I was ready. These guys, though, had a different plan.
Well, well, well. Here we are.
Poker Llama pipes up in chat. Hello, Edwin. Wataru? No.
Wait,
That
hang on.
Post the Japanese flag.
Poker Llama has a spanner? Who
Yeah,
gave
where's
this?
my spanner?
Yeah, where is your spanner? Hang on, where's my spanner? Never lucky. Skrbic flopping top pair on the Queen 7 tray, all hearts board. Only player with a heart in hand. 850 in the middle. Oh, let's not confuse him. He's American. It's called a wrench. Back with the snap check call. .5 in the middle. So 4 outs for Pack. 2 of them dead.
Seems to... Yeah, Milos seems to have turned getting value from Pak into one of his specialties on this final table. Will Pak oblige this time around?
.5 in the middle. Skrbic, the effective stack. Goes small, 3rd pot. Really milky. Just trying to keep in those hands, I guess, of Pack that he just has dead. A hand like 10s with the heart, jacks with the heart. 2 outs once for Pack, looking for a black 8. That's the 8 of clubs. Rolls off on the river. 2.5 million in the middle. What on earth is going on at this FT?
An unreal bink. So hidden as well. As we can tell, Milos is contemplating a thin value bet. As I mentioned, he's seen how wide Pak is willing to call. Really taking his time with the decision.
That's 2.5 in the middle, 2.3 back. Does jam for value. And I think this is showers for Skrbic. I mean, Pak's called flop, called turn. Found the best river. It does sound like
Wow,
course a
he
couple
said-
of times now Pac's done that. There was a
He said
situation on the
counter.
FT. Yeah. There was a situation, but there's been a few players that have thought he said call. Milos gave nothing away, by the way. So in terms of like him potentially using it as an angle to get a read, Skirbic just emotionless.
This is okay, right? Just walking around.
Okay.
I mean, Pac's found the dream river. I mean, if we've called flop and turn and river, Skirbic thinks he's jamming for value. He's going to get shown the 7-8 of diamonds. 2 pair and a fist bump between the two. A 7 million chip pot going Pac's way. He's now up to 11 million, and with that, we lose second on Serbia's all-time money list in 5th. After a wild roller coaster of a final table, Milos Skirbic, would you believe, is going home in 5th, and we now have an overwhelming chip leader. What on earth is happening today?
I am blown away by what we just witnessed. Milos, full credit. First off, a consummate professional, taps the table when he gets the bad news, fist bumps his opponent. Absolutely stoic in what was a pretty sad way to go out, catching one of those few outs on the river, and Milos value towning himself, as they say.
Yeah. Insane. But $39,720 for his efforts. And perhaps now is a great time to remind the viewers that the guess to winner form, the flip out worth $288, you can click it. It's at the top of the chat. Get involved over on YouTube. There's only 4 players left, and I think it's pretty obvious as to who everyone's money is going to be on now, as we've gone from 7 to 4 in just the blink of an eye.
Could this be the fastest one yet? We're certainly heading in that direction. An APT High Roller final table on the last day of our coverage has gone as long as, depending on when the day starts, maybe 10 hours easily. And here we are. In the very first segment, the blinds, of course, only recently went up to 50,000, 100,000. And we're down to 4.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's 8:30 p.m. local time. We got Morabella in the chat. How we doing, Morabella? Say, let's go, Wei. Another one of the lovely ladies that travels around the Asian Poker Tour, showing up in support. Congrats once again, Morabella, on your run in the ladies event. That's how things stand here. Would you believe we are down to 4 players, and we're just an hour and 20 minutes into the coverage of this final table. Perhaps now is going to be the stalemate, if you will, that we believe would be inevitable at some point.
Well, Park seems to be in a hurry to get this one done. Taking those flips, catching those cards, just wants to just vacuum up these chips. How about Wei, by the way? Came in as one of the shortest stacks. Now locking up 4th place. To state the obvious, the only woman left at this final table. An incredible performance. $50,000 guaranteed. Eyeing the 130,000 USD top prize. Finds the pocket pair under the gun, as does the chip leader, who can do no wrong, it seems. Pocket 7s, all in, he says. The ICM pressure approaching crazy levels. Each pay jump so big. 50,000 locked up, 62,000 to third, 88 to second, 130,000 of course is the top prize.
2.3.
Very smartly asking for the shorter stacks. Chip count, figure out some ICM math in her head. Pocket fours, however, unlikely to call.
I have a pocket too. Real.
That's right, Pac. You're not the only one.
I think I lose
Look
it
at that
first.
count, Henry. Pac has the entire table covered.
Well, he has
11 million in his stack.
What, more than half the chips in play? With 4 left.
21
after,
million in play.
Thank you.
Just a roller coaster of hands. The 2 outs. The black 8 needed. I'm just honestly a bit perplexed at the thought process. I mean, Skirbic bet into 2 opponents, once check 2, monotone board, queen 7 tray, all hearts. Then fired again on the turn. Unless he's just calling turn because he thinks he has the best hand, giving Skirbic, you know, credit for having 1 heart type holdings. There aren't really that many. I mean, feels like hands like ace 10 with a heart with 3-bet pre, king jack, jack 10 with a heart I don't think are ever flatting. Perhaps they are, I don't know. But here we are, 4 left.
I think that's another reason I give Milos a lot of credit for finding that jam on the river. Of course, ran into the bad news and effectively ended up value towning, which is to say betting into a stronger hand and getting called himself. But when his opponent was as stationy as Pac was on that turn card, I think Milos knew on balance, more often than not, he's going to be making the correct decision by going for thin value. That's the kind of bet that separates the best from the rest. Did not go his way that one time, but GG, sir. Very well played. So you see the trophy, by the way. One of the 3 new era APT Lions. Of course, the main event one, the gold version, given out to the champion, Shochiro, yesterday from Japan. Pac eyeing the high roller version. Queen 3 of diamonds, let's go. This is going to be happening a lot, by the way. No need to debate who's the table captain. Saelor came in with the chip lead, battling it out with Pac, the player from Thailand. He's going to be a little bit handcuffed now. Jeffrey and Wei Wei are the shorter stacks.
Feels so fitting that we just have an action-packed finale. The real cherry on top for me personally, Vidor, is just going to be an epic heads-up battle. Now, who that will be between obviously remains to be seen, but I feel like we deserve it, Vidor. I don't like throwing around the word deserved in poker, but wrapping up this record-breaking series in Korea with an epic heads-up match would be quite the fairy tale ending. Down to
Definitely.
4 already.
From your lips to the poker god's ears, Henry. By the way, speaking of fitting, how fitting. 4 players left, 4 nationalities. Wei Wei, of course, representing Taiwan. Jeffrey Lowe from Hong Kong. Finance professional turned professional poker player. There you have it. Another Thai superstar, wouldn't you know it. Saelor. And of course, Pac. From Uzbekistan, sometimes perhaps Belarus. Could be a resident there, I assume. But the diversity of the APT shining through as always. We had the same situation at the main event final table as well. By the way, Pak was also in the final four. Uzbekistan followed, of course, by Japan, by Thailand, and Hong Kong. There's nothing like it, ladies and gentlemen. The APT, the home for poker in Asia, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, a win here for Saelor would move him up to 7th on Thailand's all-time money list. Matarazzi asking if the guest winner is still open. It is. You got like 2 minutes left. Coming in right at the right time. If you haven't already, click that link. Get involved. Free money being dished out. Courtesy of Natural 8. Shout out Natural 8, by the way.
Oh yeah, please.
Amount of
we should
money dished out over the streams, the hoodies, the gift bags here at the venue. Great team. Had the chance to hang out with some of them. Sorry, Vido, I cut you off, mate.
Oh, no worries at all. And in fact, I was going to add to that. I mean, shout out to Natural 8 for hosting multiple events in the lead up to APT Incheon, the final tables of which were actually streamed on Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm thinking back to the Natural 8 Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Thai events. Funnily enough, one representative of each country on our final table at the moment. And of course, we had Color One yesterday, making it down to heads up. The runners-up in the main event actually got his main event ticket from the Influencer Challenge, so a $0 entry fee. 57 entries to the Influencer Challenge. He made it to the final 6, got his main event ticket, and went home with over $160,000, wouldn't you know it. So shout out Natural 8 indeed.
Wow, Valerie just jamming against Saelor, 50 bigs. Needs to be careful, man. I mean, Saelor's got to wake up with a hand there. Every now and then, you can't just be jamming for 50, but I guess he doesn't really care.
Yeah, that is excessive. For one thing, you're getting the same result by putting in 5 bigs. The extra 45 are just tempting the fates. Look at this. Pocket kings now for Jeffrey. If he's seen how likely Pak is to be jamming full stacks, could have something tricky up his sleeve. Could make it look like a reluctant 2x open, perhaps. There we go. Exactly what he does. Would love to see that jam. Uh-oh. Here it comes. Yep. And a huge swing could be in the midst. Jeffrey Lowe with 25 bigs. In fact, a few over that. Is likely to get to over the 50 big blind mark. Pak about to face a dent to his stack if he can't big the ace, but he can certainly afford it. Of course, an upset here would mean we are down to 3, which would be incredible. Kings v Ace Queen off to the board. Clean so far. Jack, 7, 3, Rainbow. Nothing to worry about. Most of the backdoors also blocked by the kings. 9 is pretty clean. Now an ace and an ace only. 3 outs once. The parries. The ace is on the river. Not to be. Gets the double.
All right, now we're going to be here until 3 a.m.
I don't know, man. Pak is not going to slow down. He still has the chip lead.
No, it's
2 million. 4. 6.
That really does change things.
Small, big, me big, yes?
Yeah, I was about to say, Henry, Jeffrey Lowe and Weiwei came in second last and third last in chips, respectively. Pretty much tied for the bottom stack.
Yes.
9-handed.
Two.
What a great job getting to this stage. And now Jeffrey with over 50 bigs.
Okay.
It's almost 5x'd his stack ever since he made the final table.
7, 8.
That's the way poker can go sometimes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Whew. More players.
Yeah.
Ruler. Every time.
You have more 5 million?
Yeah, it was 2.
5, 4. More.
Second in chips, by the way, Jeffrey. Followed by Saelor now. Both comfortably around the 50 big mark. So perhaps the second and third position doesn't matter as much. Both eyeing the person who is still the leader. 78 bigs for Valerie Pack. 22 for Weiwei. Big slick in the small. Multiple options, could limp. It's part of a mixed strategy. Try and trap Jeffrey, who has picked up a lot of chips on the very last hand. Could be getting a little bit frisky. More standard approach to just open. 3x, she says.
มีล้างสังหรณ์จบที่ 3 อีกแล้ว
Вот.
ไม่จบแล้วไม่จบแล้ว
She would love the
У
action.
меня туз дама, у него короли.
ชิปอยู่ที่ 3 อ่ะตอนเนี้ย
My from?
From. Come from.
Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan.
She's going to get it. Jeffrey
Russia,
defending with the
Russia.
980. Weiwei, obviously the
ไม่เอาครับผมครับ
obvious short stack. As things stand. Given just how quickly we found ourselves working our way down to 4-handed play, the average stack now is close to 50 big blinds.
Nice little pickup. Continues on the 10 high board with the ace king off. Gets the job done. Long way to go. 26 bigs now for Weiwei. 4-handed poker, such a different beast. Of course, the big blind plus big blind ante comes to you every 4 hands. That's 250, along with the small blind to put in. The dents come pretty quickly. Have to get busy if you want to survive this one. Pack with the strong holding, 4-way, king, queen off. Under the gun is the same as a cutoff. Very, very strong.
We're coming up to our first break of this final table. If you'd asked me to put money on how many players would be down to, my money probably would have been on something like 7 players.
Talking to my mom.
Perhaps 6. But certainly not 4. With room for us to lose more players in the next 15 minutes before we head into said break.
ICM thrown out the window as we made our way to 4 players. Players just going for the win. I mean, once it kicked off with that ace-6 v ace-jack hand, I
Yeah.
think we should have seen it coming, Henry. This is a different kind of cohort of players we have here.
Hiroshi really kind of just set the tone for the way things have played out here. Just going for it with the ace-6.
Time to develop a small blind versus big blind dynamic with the chip leader, Saelor. Now that we're four-handed, will be finding himself in this position often. Goes to the limp for now, and Pak could not be less interested. Checks, looks to the side, sees what other events are going on. Jack 8-6 Rainbow. Either player connecting. Both have limped into the spot. It's time to start concocting some stories, perhaps.
Saelor has a nice hand to do it with nines, with the 9 of diamonds. Has Valerie not even looked? Is that what that was? He just did it. He just checked without looking.
No, he looked. He just wanted to double check. He would needed any excuse to perhaps call on the flop. I mean, we know he loves calling. Queen 4 off, just too out there. Justin in the chat with the golden nuggets of information as always. One of our closing events, the last chance single day high roller. We just reached the final table. Dickie Shang, Danny Tang, Nevin, husband of course to Weiwei, 4th place in chips on the final table that you're looking at right now, and Punat Punstri are all on it. Come on guys, leave some for the rest of us. What a stacked final table for that last chance high roller.
Wow. Should we stream that one afterwards?
Might as well. We'll have a few hours to do it, it seems like.
So many good players from Thailand now. So many good players from Thailand.
So many fish players.
Fish?
Just lucky, you know? Lucky.
I didn't catch that, Henry. Did you catch Sailor's response?
Yeah,
to
he
the
said
compliment?
he said so many fish players from Thailand. We're just lucky.
There we go.
His words,
Is that
not mine.
modesty or?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's a hustle, maybe.
Feels like more of a hustle, yeah.
Loving Jeffrey Lowe's demeanor, posture, just overall presence at the table, of course. His conversation there with Saelor also. Complimentary variety. Seems like a cool guy, and of course, cool ambassador for the game. Wearing that natural 8 patch. Well known in the Hong Kong circles, I believe. A finance professional in a former life, as I mentioned.
Finance bros really do seem to crush it whenever they decide to hang up the phone book and phone and pick up the solvers and cards.
Jeffrey did finish 8th in the Superstar Challenge, just like Andy Liu, who busted in 7th place here. Managed to grab one of the baby lions, by the way, Jeffrey. Winning the, would you believe it, the Limit Deuce to 7 and Badugi triple draw event.
The
That's an
limit
eclectic one.
deuce to 7 triple draw, did you say?
Limit Deuce to 7 triple draw, which is at least a format of poker I've heard of. I've heard it's a fun one, frankly. And Badugi triple draw? Or just Badugi? I mean, I don't even know, but that's perhaps emblematic of the wide variety of events we have here. The form in the chat, by the way, guess the winner replaced by the usual natural 8 trivia form. It is not too late. Answer likely the simplest trivia questions of all time, and you will be entered into a flip out. Each correct answer worth 100 chips. In chat, you better not tell me you got anything less then the full 1,000 chips on offer there for the flip out. Click on the form in the chat if you haven't. Free money.
Fold it way away. No, it's easy to want to try and force something to happen. She's going to come in with the raise. 10-9-0.
Under the gun, Henry, I've told you. People are loosening up under the gun. The anti-structure coming into play. King Queen off is way too much of a hand four-handed. Jeffrey certainly not going anywhere.
5.2.
Bumps it up. The blinds don't really find anything, and 10-9 off surely. Despite the small sizing. Yep. Has to be let go. One of those fold to 3-bet holdings.
Yeah, very easy to fall into the trap of being impatient here, but still, even as the shortest stack, 23 bigs. Plenty of time. This structure, and given that the average stack is around 50 big blinds as well, still a lot of bigs in play. Oh, can someone tell Pac to stop shuffling those chips right in the microphone?
Pac does what he wants, Henry. You let the man really soak it all up. Do what he wants. As long as he keeps entertaining us with his play, he can shuffle those chips in the mic all he wants. Pac offering a free one to Weiwei. She'll take it. And flops bottom two. 8-2's off. I mentioned earlier, perhaps one of the uglier holdings pre-flop in poker, considering 7 deuce at least has the worst hand reputation going for it. Well, never mind. Ace, 8 deuce, 2 hearts on the board. Lin, or Weiwei as she's called, has a couple of options here. Goes with the check raise, or the raise in position, I should say. My apologies. Small blind versus big blind occurring here. Quick release from Pac. On to the next one. Still has his monster stack. Doesn't quite have the table covered the way he did a moment ago. 21 million chips in play. Pac has 8 million of them. And pocket jack or Weiwei on them in a nice little squeeze spot. And we were about 6 or 7 handed this time in the blinds versus the under the gun open.
Yeah, I think we just announced ourselves here. I mean, we can have 3 bets. In fact, I prefer the 3-bet in juice with this. 800 is a pretty big one. It's a third of her stack. I would have liked to see something around 6 that kind of gives space to allow Saelor to slip up, but nice little pick up there for way up to 28 bigs. Oh, look at this. 50 big blind average with 4 left. Took us no time at all to get us here.
We are at that level, by the way, that represents a starting stack.
What happened? Wait, did Pac just dip? Or did Pac think there wouldn't be another hand, or like what's going on?
He has a lot of chips. Maybe he thinks a walkabout is plus EV for him.
Wow.
I hope what you said is not the case, because I think we're a few minutes away from the big break. This hand does not go on for too long. We might get another one in there. All in, say Saelor, putting maximum pressure on Weiwei. He's picked the right holding to do it with. Getting a fold with that pressure would be an incredible result here. And she makes the call.
Love to see it. Like, we just can't open button and then fold to a jam at this stack there. Blinds going up, of course, in just a couple of minutes' time once we get back from break. Let's go, Weiwei. The min in juice to then cool off. Saelor would, of course, be down to just 1.9 million. There's some chop outs presented, a lot at that. Any jack, queen, ace, king, 7. Should we just chop this one up now? Chop it up.
Yeah. Good turn.
It's not over, though. Now it is. Deep upset. Could have been lurking on the river, not to be.
What could have been? Would have been a dirty way for someone to go after the king came off on the turn. Ace or a 10. I love that Weiwei min raise open and called off, though. And perhaps that's going to send a message to everyone else that, like, hey, look, she's here to play, okay? Can't just try and push her around. So we are heading towards our first break. The conclusion of this hand. Saelor going to try and limp in from the small. Seems to be his strategy so far. And how about that for a flop? Queen, Jack, deuce, top and bottom for Saelor, top pair for Pac, and it checks through.
Pac has been checking even after 3-betting. Boards that he smashes with top pair. In this case, it's actually worked out perfectly. Just a call also now. Heads up, he has a monster holding in the form of top pair, and somehow, so far has lost the absolute minimum. Saelor now surely going to go for a value bet. Can polarize a bit. Represent a few missed hands considering he limped from the small blind. His range is extremely wide.
Snap
60%.
From Pac on the river. So 1.1 million chip pot. Going Saelor's way to send us into the break. And with that, Valerie Pac, who was up to 11 million, had more than half the chips in play, has given some back to the rest of the table. which has created a pretty interesting dynamic when we return. 4 players left battling out for $130,000, and of course, the prestigious APT Lions Trophy for the 2-day High Roller Champ. Don't go too far. Vidor and I will be back for continuing coverage in just a few minutes.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
okay, right? Walking around.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We're live once more from Paradise City. It is, of course, the two-day high roller, the APT Incheon, South Korea final table. Would you believe we are down to the final 4 players? If you had asked me at the start of this FT how many players would be left after the first break, I would not have put any money on the fact that we would be 4-handed. Look at the average big blinds, 52 big blind average, with an average stack of just shy of 5.2 million. 207 hopefuls on this, with 140 uniques, down to the final 4, all battling it out for the 130,421. That will be going to the eventual champion. But for now, everyone guaranteed 50,207 for their efforts. We are, of course, on a $12,000 ladder, and then it just gets really exciting. The 26k ladder between 3rd and 2nd, and then we've got ourselves a little $40,000 $3,000 heads up match. Vidor, strap yourself in, my man. I think we're going to be four-handed for a while. I think we're going to enter a little stalemate, if you will, given that the average stack is 52 bigs. It's going to take something truly spectacular for someone to lose their entire stack.
Well, I suspect you're right, particularly once we get down to three-handed. Currently, a short stack is in the mix of Weiwei. Almost found the double, by the way, against the player from Thailand, Saelor. Of course, the ace-10 and the ace-9 ended up chopping it up. But it just goes to show she's willing to go for it as the shortest stack. But I think you're right, the average big blinds, thanks to the structure and the quick eliminations at the final table, are plenty. Lots to play for. But the man of the hour has been Valerie Pak, the player from Uzbekistan. Had more than half the chips in play, crippled a bit since then, but a comfortable chip lead. And he does not back down. A little bit passive sometimes, but when he decides, he can just kick into that sixth gear, start opening extremely wide, and get into some tricky spots.
Well, I did have the chance to speak with Milos Skrbic, who bowed out in fifth. And his read was that on any non-heart river, Pak was going to call him off. Hence the value jam from him when that 8 did roll off. He just knew. He knew his man was going after him and wanted to play a big pot. So what could have been had the black 8 not found its way to the river. But that just goes to show some of the dynamics that we're unaware of, obviously, in the booth. The different reads that people have on each other. That was Milos's read. That Pak was just waiting to try and catch him.
Very interesting insight. Lines up, certainly, with the action that Milos took, and much respect once again. Have to give it up every time a player goes for it in those marginal spots, certainly indicating they have their eye on the prize, not trying to just ladder up to the very next place, willing to risk the small chance that they've ended up shooting themselves in the foot with that value bet for the upside potential of accumulating a monster stack to finish this one out. As it stands, you see the chip stacks, 7.4 million for the player from Uzbekistan, Valerie Pak, followed by the tied stacks. One could argue 5.3 million for Saelor from Thailand, 5.1 for Jeffrey from Hong Kong. Has made an incredible run at this tournament, coming in second from the bottom in chips when we were 9-handed. And Weiwei from Taiwan, one half of a popular YouTube poker couple, Win Poker Couple is the channel from Taiwan. Her husband, by the way, playing on the final table of the single-day high roller at the same time. And mind you, I'm thinking back to when I was on the casino floor, or rather the poker room at the hotel in APT Hanoi. Nevin actually closed out the Hanoi single-day high roller, the series saver, as they call it. So this could be an incredible trip back as the Win Poker Couple heads back to Taiwan, and certainly a fun one for their fans to cheer on. She's currently the shortest stack, of course. Blinds are going to be up. 120,000 is going to be the new big blind. 60,000 the small blind. Action is coming for sure. We should point out, by the way, with the prize pools we mentioned, 50,000 USD locked up. 62,000 next page jump. The buy-in for this event, $3,400. So the old 15x or so already locked up. An incredible sum. An incredible ROI.
Yeah, fantastic outing, of course. But still a lot of work to be done. The difference between first and fourth, $80,000.
7-4.
7-4. 4 deep.
In the world for many years now, but every once in a while, are you able to step back and just think about how absurd MTT poker truly is? I mean, you say a few words, you make a few decisions, you put out a few chips. Of course, the gentlemanly way that we play, you know, verbally binding decisions, etc. And that's the difference between you and $80,000.
Could come down to a flip. We've seen it happen before. I'm not sure what's going on. Why the cards aren't being dealt. Looks like 250k plaques are being brought over.
Okay.
Guys, 250 in play.
250s are now in play.
We have reset the seating a bit, as you can tell. Wei now, closer to seat 4 perhaps. Jeffrey around the seat 6, and Saelor moved from seat 9 to a more comfortable position, not just for himself, but for our cameras, as we kick off four-handed action. Certainly feels now, Henry, like we are drawing this amazing festival to a close. 4 players away from finishing the final streamed event and one of the final events of the series. I can feel the withdrawal kicking in, as it usually does towards the end of the series. But let's not forget, the next one already, mark your calendars, APT Hanoi, Hanoi Billions, as it's called, because of the incredible prize pools. $1 million US guaranteed, just like Korea. That's not the standard in Vietnam, ladies and gentlemen. Usually it's about half of that, but this is the Hanoi Billions after all. It's going to be a big one, December 1st to December 10th. Mark your calendars, we will see you there. I should point out also, given the diversity of the APT that you and I are always admiring, Henry, the nationality perhaps the most missed at this stop is the Vietnamese contingent. Always fun to see in the local events.
Yeah, that's
Some of
very
them
true.
are just so fun, yeah.
True. The Vietnamese players, on top of the Vietnamese coffee, makes for some of the most ridiculous highlight reels.
1,075,000. 75.
Well, Park seems to have some new caffeine in him on that break. Ace 7 off. Finding the 3-bet from the small blind. And what is Wei to do with the Ace 10? We just saw her call off the Ace 10. Certainly understands what a big hand that is four-handed, but this is the chip leader 3-betting from the blinds.
Go on, Wei Wei. I would love to see it.
Could be maybe too loose if she actually finds the jam, considering Saelor could certainly have a real hand. Now lets it go. She's the shortest stack, but sort of those reverse ICM implications. I mean, she does want Saelor and Pak to get into a huge pot. Could have been brewing over there, so she decides to step out of the way. Thanisorn Saelor from Thailand, looking to go one notch up. He's 8th on the country's all-time money list, and that's a potent list to be a part of. $130,000 finish here. Certainly bump him up, not to mention what an incredible series he's been having. I believe 3rd place in the Superstar Challenge, 3rd place in the Super High Roller, and now locking up 4th place here at the 2-day High Roller, but could certainly find himself locking up third place very shortly, and that would be one of the more legendary high roller runs at any APT festival. And if you can somehow close this one out, that record would be tough to beat. Two reasonable holdings in the mix. Look at that board, engineered for action, and it's somehow still a flip post-flop. King, Jack 10, 2 hearts appear on the flop. Jack 10 suited is what Saelor has under the gun. Pak, the chip leader, King, Queen with the heart. This is incredible. Saelor betting just one big blind. Pak has been a little bit snug in position, continues to do so, despite smashing that board. Good timing. As I said, the equities were running so close, and the 7 of hearts changes nothing in terms of equity. Would you believe it? The out counter has run out of space. Not very often you see 50-50 equity on the turn.
Absolutely insane. 22 outs. That's half pot. Saelor with a very small c-bet. On the flop, kind of opening the door for wide floats. And opening the door to be put in a tough spot on the turn. Never folding. 2 million in the middle as everyone else gets to just watch on and see these two play a big pot. What do you know? Pak's bricked.
This could go check, which would be quite a small pot relative to that flop. Indeed, that is what occurs. Both players taking the low variance approach there. Works out this time for Saelor. Look at this now. Saelor with that pickup. Closing in on Pak's chip lead. 58 bigs for Pak, 51 for Saelor. That's not too far apart at all. Could be a shift in dynamic shortly if Saelor is about to overtake Pak in chips. But as I was mentioning earlier on, Pak loves to be the table captain. Did finish 4th of the main event. Maybe a bit gun shy here and there. Wanting to make sure that doesn't happen again with the chip lead. King, Queen now for Wei on the button. Shortest stack with 21 bigs. Just chance it. Cannot say Saelor with the 9-5 suited. $66 million KRW guaranteed. These final 4 players battling it out for 171,939,000 Korean won. That's the amount that's going to be going to the champion. Just 88 hands into the day. We're down to 4 players. Another big holding for Wei. Reasonable open on the gun, just a hair over the 2x Folds to pack. Defends Jack 10 off. Fairly standard thus far. Now the game begins perhaps. Queen high board. Only one overcard to the pocket sevens. Easy spot for that small continuation bet. Bit risky to open yourself up to getting check raised on a board like this, but so far Pak has not really been check raising variety. At least not with air. He is floating variety though. Jack 10 off. Continuing, floating out of position. That is one of those backdoor cards that he might have been looking for, but what is his plan here? Certainly cannot think that Jack high is ahead when the short stack opens. Brick for the Jack 10. The deuce does come in. The obvious straight draw, the 6-5 has come in. Perhaps the wheel draw as well. Makes a reasonable looking bet. Yeah, it could look like value, but his pocket seven's just too strong. I mean, let's not forget, we're four-handed. This was a big blind defense. Ranges are going to be plenty wide. Even hands like 7-5 suited would have called on the flop and missed.
Yeah, having
Does not
sevens
need to
is
be
actually
queen.
really bad, not to state the obvious. Blocking 7-6 and 7-5. I'd rather call with nines, which again may sound obvious, but
No, that's a great point. I mean, you'd almost rather have a 4 than pocket sevens.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she does let it
Wow.
go. Pack just getting away with murder.
Got a stray?
No straight.
Not stray?
Giving her opponent
Wow.
too much credit, seeing some monsters in the closet perhaps. Cannot imagine a world where Pak would be floating just jack high out of position. Who can blame her?
Jeffrey looks pretty knackered. I'm not sure if that was like a little close of the eyes to take a deep breath before raising it up with the Jack 10 of spades, or more of a close of the eyes trying to catch up with some much needed shut-eye after a 10-day grind.
Call.
I know for a fact that he's had a 10-day grind because, of course, 7 days ago, he was on the final table of the Superstar Challenge. $10,000 buy-in event, that one, so he's certainly been at it with high stakes to play for. Who could blame him for being a bit fatigued at this stage, but now's the time to focus up. Every decision worth tens of thousands of dollars. Wei faced with one of them. Could talk herself into a squeeze.
Yeah.
Ace-2 suited is one of those hands that plays well as a 3-bet, as the blocker. Just a call for now.
Thought she was going to go for it for a second. Would have worked. And how about that for a flop, Mr. Jeffrey Lowe? Ace, Queen, 9. two spades. Saelor with an open ender of his own. Wei Wei with top pair.
Jeez, man, these boards are just designed to induce action. Jeffrey has flopped the world without having a pair. Can comfortably continuation bet into two opponents. And Saelor likely cannot fold yet. Always a bit unpleasant to have a straight draw with the flush draw on the board. But Jack 10 on the Queen 9 ace board has an open ender to the nuts both ways. And what is Wei Wei thinking? Jeffrey could be firing out without an ace. He is the pre-flop aggressor. But when Saelor calls, how well does ace deuce perform?
Feels like a mandatory call for at least one street, but would make things pretty awkward across turn and river, given the SPR would be less than one for her.
Yeah, I mean, any card above a 7 is a scare card. And that doesn't even include the spades below a 7.
Wow.
All in. Nice timing. And can Jeffrey do anything but call here?
How on earth has she found this jam? And what does it mean for Jeffrey? I mean, this is a single raise pot under the gun open, bottom flat. Wei Wei's flat out the big blind. So I feel like we can remove nines, definitely remove ace queen. I'm surprised that the ace deuce has gone in. So is this ever a like king high flush draw situation where we find ourselves pretty cooked? Or do we just have to
that would
go
be
for
really
this?
bad. But I think that's a very specific holding to put your opponent on. Even in a king high flush draw, as long as it's literally not the king queen of spades, which of course might have spoken up pre-flop. I think you have plenty of outs. The question is he willing to gamble for a chance to win it all? Or is he wanting to preserve his stack, perhaps contemplating some ICM implications? But look at the monster he would create if Wei Wei gets it through. He wouldn't be too far behind in chips, and he does make the call. Saelor has the easy fold.
Oh.
And would you know it, he's ahead in equity, 57%
No ace?
for the jack high.
No.
I can't believe that the money's somehow found its way in on the flop. Did not expect to see this. King, spade, 8 needed, does not come. And with that, Wei Wei doubles up to 44 big blinds. Now playing 5.3 million in short stack duties, now belong to Jeffrey Lowe. Kind of switch stacks, if you will. What a run out. What a hand.
Let's go, says the chat. Let's see those 7s in the chat. Oh, Wei Wei. 44 bigs tied with Saelor for second place. Not too far behind first anymore. Jeffrey Lowe now the shortest stack. Missed the world of outs. Too many outs, as they say.
Bomba draw.
Bomba draw. Indeed. An absurd hand. Not surprised though, given the way things have gone this week. I mean, you've been here for all of it, Vidor.
2.4.
All of the natural 8 challenges, the Superstar Challenge, the Influencer game.
Yeah, it's been an incredible festival, to state the obvious. I've loved the extra streams we've done this time around. You mentioned the Natural A challenges and the Superstar Challenge also. What a way to kick it off. You know how I am, Henry. I love proper elite poker. Jeffrey Lowe was in the mix there as well, by the way, as was Thanisorn. So would you believe it? Two of the superstars from the Superstar Challenge are now in the final four for the High Roller.
That's why
But
they're
this is the
superstars.
caliber. Exactly.
A third of the deck as outs. Yeah. Too many outs.
Too many outs.
The equivalent.
By the way,
of-
I should.
Go on.
I was going to say I should point out that Sailor. I keep mentioning how he came third position in the Superstar Challenge, which is the case. But when the deal was struck, he actually walked away with the most money. So one could argue a soft first place finish there. That's the kind of momentum and heat he has behind him. It's the kind of superstar that he is. Jeffrey Lowe was 8th place. For a $10,000 buy-in, though, that is just an incredible result. And I don't know if you had a chance to catch the numbers of that Superstar Challenge, Henry. But absolutely insane prize pool. And Sailor walked away with $150,000.
100 and how many $1,000?
53 to be precise.
Potentially going to walk away with more here. If he can ladder a couple more spots.
360.
He's turned 2 pair.
All in.
Decides to go for it. Good spot to do it, bottom 2. Unblocking all the aces that might call you off. Does manage to deny equity from the pocket 7s with the spade draw. Good result overall. That's an interesting stat, Pack having the most pre-flop raising frequency. Jeffrey Lowe perhaps understandably coming in as the shortest stack at the lowest. Which event is that commotion from, I wonder?
There's a few going on. There's a Hyper Turbo. There's the tournament with Puna and Danny, and who else was in the mix over there? There's some big names.
Nevin.
Nevin.
There's also a short deck Hyper Turbo.
Jesus Christ.
Short
Okay.
deck and Hyper Turbo. What a
Yeah.
combo.
Yeah.
As the second last event of the series. And never forget the last event. And by the way, all the TikTok events were called Midnight TikTok.
Okay.
Oh my word, Henry. You're not ready for this, mate. This is so ridiculous. I'm cracking up before even sharing it. Event number 73 is called TikTok Boom. Levels still decrease every hour. Instead of starting out at 20-minute levels, you start out at 15-minute levels, going down to 10, going down to 5, going down to 2-minute levels.
Jesus. Literally the space
That
of a
is-
hand.
That is out of line.
And what time does that start today?
10 p.m. 8 p.m., excuse me.
Ah, yeah, I've missed it. I've missed it.
Well, if it goes down to 2-minute levels by the third hour, it's probably over within the next 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say actually. Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point.
And by the way, just a $150 buy-in, just a fun way to maybe warm down from a fun series. But a huge shout out to the APT for putting on an event,
700.
or rather 73 such events.
700.
Just an eclectic mix, lots to play for. Back to the
Saelor.
hand here, by the way. Saelor bumping it up.
Shifting through the gears. Love the hand selection. Wei kind of handcuffed here. Was that micro main event in the background?
Materazzi asking in chat whether Huawei or Weiwei, as she's known, took down the women's event. Indeed, she did. We had two this year, by the way. This series, I should say, at the APT Incheon. Two women's events. And Weiwei did take down one of them. Another question in chat. By the way, where are all the Thailand supporters? Well, over 1.8, or rather 1,800 of them are indeed on the National 8 Thailand channel. What has been incredible with the creation of these Thailand superstars, Henry, is to see the Thailand rail really come to life online. Of course, in person, we saw the huge support APT had, coming in third place, of course, yesterday, but the online support for the Thailand contingent has been amazing. Just goes to show how the game must be advancing in that country.
1,075,000.
Seems to just always be the case. A final table, we have Thai players pretty much everywhere we turn, every stop. Valerie's turn to try and pick on Sailor's high card, low card.
Ace 5 suited. If you punch it into the solver, it begs for a 4-bet. Might just work too. King Queen suited, very, very strong though. The 3-bet is fairly reasonable coming from the small blind, but it is from the chip leader.
Just gonna call.
That is dangerous.
Thought for a moment he was gonna announce himself.
175?
Yes.
Sizable pot brewing again. The other two just get to watch on and see these two big stacks battle it out. 6-5-4. Saelor was up against a stronger ace-x. Has now spiked the 3 outer. And Pac just giving up immediately. Vidor not even entertaining a c-bet.
With King Queen suited, perhaps the obvious hands to represent would be kings and queens. And Saelor immediately pounces. Seems to know he's not up against an overpair. Small bet though. In position. Backdoor diamonds for Pac, not much else to write home about. Could be drawing dead already. In case Saelor did have a holding that absolutely smashed that board. Certainly possible, of course. The 8-7 suiteds. The pocket pairs that could convert into a set, but Pac wants to see another one. Could have a new chip leader after this hand. 3 of hearts, 4 to a straight now on the board. Neither player with any connecting straight cards. Pac actually picks up some chop outs with the deuce or a 7 completing the board.
I completely forgot about the chop outs.
Well, never mind. Saelor wants to charge his opponent. Still seems to know exactly the kind of holding Pac has. 2 overcards. gets it done. A new chip leader emerges.
Puck makes me sweat. Every hand he plays, you never know if the hand's going to be over with when there's a 4-liner on board. He's just relentless. Saelor, man from Thailand, number 8 on Thailand's all-time money list to win here today. Would move him up to 7th.
Standard easy defense, perhaps. A7 off. Raise slightly larger than 2x. Every flop now, every board can mean so much.
Okay.
Let's see what this one brings. An 8 for Jeffrey. Jack, 8-6, rainbow. Very much connected to the big blind calling range. Jeffrey begins with the check in flow. Bach has been passive, as we mentioned in these spots. Checks to the next card. He's been passive even when he has it, so Jeffrey can't feel too confident if he's reviewed some of the hands Bach has played while he was on the break. Another overcard comes, the Queen of Spades. Third pair now for Jeffrey. Checks again with the intention of calling, I'm sure. Doesn't need to be put to the test, and now afforded the straight on the board. One of the few runouts where perhaps Bach with some aggression can consider potentiality for taking this one down. Jeffrey checks again. Is it to check call? Ace high is very unlikely to be the best hand. But Bach takes the showdown value anyway. Easy one, bit passive. Checking all the streets. Saelor now in pole position. Bach maybe slowing down because he is no longer the chip leader. Jeffrey trying to narrow the gap between himself and third place, I should say, of Weiwei. That is currently the goal. But the stacks are such that if any player goes all in, it's either going to be a huge upset in terms of swapping the shortest stack and the largest stack, or it's going to create an absolute monster.
You just never know what to expect of this man at the table. Peaked at 11 million. It's down to 5.4. Given a lot of it back, looked like he was going to be the runaway chip leader. Just getting involved in some precarious spots. Indefatigable by nature, perhaps, is Mr. Valerie Pack. That's how things stand. Still pretty much anyone's game. I'd love to see that lady go on to win this. Took down the women's event just a couple of days back. going to be folding this time round. Pushed around in a couple of spots with some light 3-bets. Fold round to pack in the big. Jack 8. Loves defending his big blind. Won't be folding this one.
Yeah, definitely not. It's not his style.
Nice flops. Middle pair. Out flopping the 10s of Wei Wei. Undeterred by the looks of things off the 2 overs. 150k C-bet. Met with a snap call. This guy plays so fast. Feels like an impossible opponent to play against. Checks her on the turn. She's going to wave the white flag. Get shown the Jack 8. Jack is good. Ah, yeah, I was hoping for the 2x river bet. 10 of hearts. Those are the V-pips. I don't think that's true. I don't know. Never seen that. That graphic pop up for us. I need to get confirmation.
Not a believer.
What does it say? 1% for Sim Kok Y. Maybe it is true. I don't know. Skurbich 70.
Well,
Hiroshi 12%.
I think what's happening, Henry, is that it's assuming that the players who busted, you know, the hands that followed after they were gone still count towards their VPIP. So
Okay.
97 hands in, I suppose Sim played one hand. Unfortunately busted on that one.
Okay.
But the players remaining, the VPIP stat would be perfectly accurate for them. And I have to say, when I saw Pac up top at 49%, I certainly believe that. Saelor, by the way, at 36%. Sounds about right. About 1 in 3 hands being played by Saelor. Wei Wei at 28%. And Jeffrey tied at 28% as well, as we see pocket aces for Pac.
Saelor needs to chill. That's a bit of a loose open. 7-4-0. Especially against someone like Pac, who's just so tough to play against. I just don't think there's any merit to opening 7-4. I know you're on the button, but
Pac has taken back the chip lead, 55 blinds now versus the 53 for Saelor. Essentially tied at the top, and frankly the 2 bottom stacks, I say bottom, 29 bigs for the shortest stack, 33 for Wei Wei. 2 big stacks, 2 smaller ones. Could be an interesting dynamic. ICM hasn't really popped up its head recently. Usually can lead to big folds, a lot of pressure being applied. You'd think with the massive pay jumps, $12,000 is the next pay jump. The one after that, a whopping $26,000. You'd think it would be making a huge difference at this table. Not yet, I would argue. I mean, certainly have seen pressure being applied, but with the largest stacks playing a bit passively, especially with 2 large stacks in the mix, short stacks have had a relatively easy time navigating so far.
flopping best.
Small.
Going nowhere, understandably. So ace 10, 10 of hearts. And perhaps not going to go anywhere on this turn either. Out there, opting to throw out a time extension chip. Does now check over to Jeffrey. Value to be had, one would assume. The kicker almost as good as it can get.
Yeah, and a fantastic card for Jeffrey, to state the obvious. Obviously, reduces the chance his opponent has an 8, which was unlikely to begin with, but also now, Weiwei cannot really contemplate check raising, considering Jeffrey could easily have an 8. Very tough for him to be blown off this hand. Can comfortably bet for value. Decide what he wants to do on the river. And value he's going to get in the form of a check raise. I have to take back everything I just said, I suppose. Weiwei sees the hand completely differently. Not sure what she can represent here. This would be an extremely tricky way to play an 8. Yet that is exactly the story she is telling, especially with the sizing as well. Just 350 more. What a spot here for Jeffrey. On the one hand, he knows he should have the best hand fairly frequently. Hands that would beat him, 7s, 6s, 5s. Should not be playing this way, even over pairs. Unlikely to check raise there. On the other hand, you just got check raise. Yeah. You have to call 350 more. The pot would be up to 1.8 million or so. You'd have 2.6 million left. Weiwei looks like she's in the mood to get spicy on the river. How would you deal with that?
Incredibly random to check raise this, especially ace 10 just like has showdowns, the best hand a lot of the time. Does make the call and correctly at that. Sizable pot brewing out of nowhere. 1.8 million in the middle. The ace of hearts,
No
what
way.
do you know? Giving
Come on.
away the best of it. Massive pickup.
Now
She's
what do
going
you
to be
do?
playing 5 mil.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this hand so likely going in her direction, but in terms of the decision at the moment, when your opponent calls, they're quite likely to be trapping with an 8. She catches top pair, but a flush is on the board. This is a small blind versus big blind scenario, so effectively a heads-up matchup. You simply cannot give your opponent too much credit for flushes or even trips. She does block the flush with the 10 of hearts, and now Jeffrey seems to know. One of the worst cards in the deck has rolled off. The straight also completes, by the way. Weiwei goes for the blocker. Makes a lot of sense considering her holding. Jeffrey shook his head a bit too early. Could have contemplated blowing her off her hand, but now that is unlikely. Comes down to a hero call that would be incorrect. Or finding the difficult fold. He seems to be leaning towards the correct decision. Jeffrey lets it go. I feel like we were deprived, Henry, from knowing what would have happened if a relative brick hit the river, but certainly the fans from Taiwan and the fans of Win Poker Couple, one half of which is Wei on our final table. Love to see chips going in her direction. Lines going up apparently with that dealer change.
8160. $130,000 going to the champion. Close things out here in Korea. Wei crossing the 5 million chip mark. Ace Queen for the chip leader.
350.
Gonna bump it up to 350,000. Wei gonna get out of there. Jeffrey Lowe also gonna get out there with the 9 tray. What do you know? Second in chips. Vidor has a couple of queens in the big, and with that blind level increase, average stack has obviously dropped significantly. Valerie now just playing 41 bigs as chip leader.
This could be huge.
So that's a little 3x from Saelor. $1,050,000 to go. What does Pac want to do? They've both been trading blows.
1, 2, 3.
6.4.
All in.
All in announced from Pac, and it's going to get met with a call as the two chip leaders lock horns, and there's quite literally a couple of big blinds between the two, as the other two short stacks get to just watch on and see them play a 13 million chip pot.
Oh my, oh my. This is an ICM game changer. One of these players will either be down to 2 bigs or be eliminated for now. Saelor at risk, but in really good shape to double up. King, deuce, 8, rainbow. Extremely clean. Some backdoor outs, but an ace is what is needed. Otherwise, Pac is going to be crippled. Changes nothing. The Barry, the ace on the river needed. Otherwise, Pac has been cooler, and the 10 of hearts seals the deal.
Well, well, well. The 4-bet jam running into the queens of the Thai superstar, and Pac is now down to just 2 bigs. Holy. Where did that come from?
An absolute cooler, 4-handed, of course. Not unreasonable to 4-bet the ace-queen, but the ICM was thrown out of the window there. As I mentioned, $80,000 difference between 4th place locked up and 1st place, and Pac, of course, unafraid to go for it.
Yeah, 4, 5.
As the dealers sort out the count, considering how close their stacks are. They want to make sure Pac has all the extra bigs that he can get. So here we are, Henry. The man who was in control for so long now needs a miracle to come back into this match. A chip in a chair, of course. We've seen crazy spin-ups. We heard, actually, that the main event a winner last night, Tamaki, actually spun it up from a couple of bigs. But Pac, taking it with grace, is going to be down to a couple of bigs. And oh no, I just realized, by the way, on the verge of back-to-back 4th place finishes.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
3, 4, 5.
That's pretty brutal.
6, 2. Yeah, 95.
Down to just 2 bigs, looking very likely. He's going to be forced all in as well, if I'm not mistaken, as he was just under the gun.
Every time somebody takes a cool or bad beat, suddenly they find themselves with the big blind plus big blind anti-burden.
而且现在只有我是均马，因为一个超级私有产生，他把另外一个超过均马的吃准。
This is rough. Really dragging out the pain.
所以有2个
Losing that monster pot.
Second seal.
As I had mentioned, Henry, an all-in would either create a new chip leader or an absolute monster. That's what Saelor has become here. 2/3 of the chips in play.
It's fine. You're not like 2 times, right? 1 time is him. Yeah, 1 time is you. S queen and you king. And he S queen again with queen.
Henry, by the way, you were mentioning the short stacks who are always going to be excited onlookers when the 2 chip leaders, essentially tied in chips, get into a pot like that, guaranteeing themselves the extra 12,000 pay jump. Were one of them to bust back, of course, reduced just a couple of bigs. I swear to you, I think I saw an involuntary smile on the face of Jeffrey Lowe.
I saw that.
And why not?
I did.
You noticed it too, huh?
Yeah, I saw it. It's allowed. We'll forgive him. Just seeing the 2 overwhelming chip leaders lock horns. That means Wei moves up to second. Pack pretty much forced all in. There you go. You can see a stack of 5Ks being pushed forward.
Small buy.
160.
So Jeffrey, a couple of 7s on the button. What do you do here? I mean, such an awkward spot. 15 million KRW difference between 5th and 4th. You just limp? The guy's all in, right? Limp, let the small blind come along.
I think you can jam here, frankly, because you only have to worry about the blind hand of the chip leader. Of course, sounds like ICM disaster, but 7s is just so strong.
What
Rather
if
get the full fold
small
equity.
blind wakes up with a hand though? Pack just gets to fold his half a big.
Well, simply calling is asking to be punished, so you've given up all fold equity there. Saelor could sense what's going on. Certainly has the stack to put Jeffrey to the test. Never mind. Everybody would love the pay jump.
50 more.
That unset collusion, so to speak. But look at this.
Wow,
Back
what
with
is
the king
this?
10 off.
Second time I did this with you.
Sorry?
Second time we did this. Call.
Yeah.
Pack, rather than seeing a flop, he's just like, you know what? Let's go. 50K more. Five cards to come. I doubt there'll be any betting between Saelor and Jeffrey. Unless either of them
Unless
makes
they
the
catch, of
absolute
course.
nuts.
Yeah.
9-3-3. What's going on? Jeffrey taking his time.
Can I venture a guess as to what was going on? I think Jeffrey pretending to have a 9 or a pain decision there to ensure some checks from Saelor. It's just my best guess of the live read. Wants to get to showdown. Knows he likely has the best of it. And the king! The triple up. The spin.
King.
Hells yeah. Let's go.
Pack back up to 4. And the show goes on.
Every time you.
Every time you want. Just no emotions from this guy. Loses the huge ace-queen against queens, just takes it on the chin, no worries. All in for his tournament life. King is good.
I mean, let's just do a recap. The man comes to APT Incheon. Finishes 4th, should I add, by the way, Henry, to the situation. Finishes 4th in a single-day high roller early on in the series for 10,000. Finishes 4th in the main event for what I believe was 85,000 USD. Gets crippled from the chip lead on the verge of finishing 4th in the high roller here. Still alive though, triples up. And to your point, no emotion.
Thank you.
That is next level mental game.
Oh, yes, 600.
600.
4, 5, 700.
Race.
Wow, Jeffrey. Limped the 7s, now raising the ace-4 suited. Trying to pick this up. Pack is in the small blind. So of course the big blind will have to be extremely conservative. That's Weiwei, by the way. Second in chips. Pack doesn't find anything in Weiwei.
Started with like 2 mil.
Saelor let go of an ace on the button. He's 6-0.
1 mil. 2 mil.
Yeah, I would think Saelor would pick these spots to put so much pressure. Saelor would love to have the tiny stack of back around. It's the leverage he needs to really bully the table. Put that ICM pressure. Constantly ask the question, do you want this to be the last hand of the tournament for you? When Pack is going to be committed in a couple of hands. Instead, lets the ace go as we head to the 7-7-4 board. Welcome news for the ace-4 of Jeffrey Lowe.
Pull up.
You too.
Jeffrey flopping best. 7-7-4. All the chips in the tie stack. As the shorter stacks battle it out for any crumbs that they can pick up. A small bet from Jeffrey. It's kind of give Weiwei decent price to see it turn. That Jack-9 of clubs wrapped around that 7 of clubs. She's going to see a turn with the 2 overs.
Don't forget what happened with the ace-10 hand. Found the check raised. The queen of diamonds, however. A beautiful card for Jeffrey. Now the nut flush backdoor draw. Once again, the ICM has to be factoring in. 10 big blinds left in his stack. He has what he assumes would be the best pair on the flop, best kicker. Now the queen gives him the flush draw as well. Throws in another time bank chip and grimaces a bit. If he bets here and gets check raised, he would be sickened. Can just check behind, realize his equity, but would be opening the door for Weiwei to fire put the max ICM pressure on him. What is to come on this river, and how does Wei Wei respond to Jack 9 binks? But she knows she needs to fire to have a shot at the spot. Jeffrey showed the appropriate weakness needed. The check on the turn after the continuation bet. I think she knows she needs to go for all of it to put the pressure needed.
Everything bricks. All the straight draws. Should be polarizing herself to 7 or nothing.
Тоже туз дама, короли. Ну, в 4 максе это по-любому выставление.
Translating the Russian being spoke from Valerie. Saying he ran the ace queen into queens and there's nothing he could do given that it's 4 max. And he knows that Sailor's going to have 3-bet bluffs there. Just running into top of range. Checks through. Jeffrey picks up a nice one.
Еще не все потеряно. 4.
You surprised? See no bluff there? Jack high, just happy to show down.
I think she had the feeling she was getting called. Could not represent a wide enough range, as you correctly pointed out, Henry. 7 or nothing is an extremely narrow range to try and represent when a fair amount of draws, rather, have missed. And of course, it is awkward to put the max pressure because you might not be doing that with value hands. So, on the decent check there. Now, Pak is all in a 4 big blind stack. And the ace 10 off, surely, has to call off. All in, she says. Has the big blind covered. Comfortable from an ICM perspective. ISO's the jam. There we go. What is the mystery hand? 2 live ones, perhaps?
Yeah. 6, 8 of diamonds by the looks of things for Pak to get back in this. Did he just blind jam? Or did he at least look? You never know.
You never know. 40% equity, not too shabby. 8 right in the window, and the Jack and 9. Keeping equities once again exactly at 50-50. We have a flip for Pak's tournament life. He is ahead with a pair. The 3 as safe as it gets, so now it needs to dodge rather an ace of 10 or a straight card in the form of a queen and a 7.
Wow. He's back in it. Back up to 1.7. What is going on, man?
You're still alive.
Still alive indeed.
7.
Absolute
So what is
scenes
this?
here.
A 2 big blind spin? With that king 10 off, he was left with just 2 bigs.
Perhaps.
Incredible.
Теперь мы будем мозги крутить. А?
Well, Henry, you know who I'm rooting for now? The chip in the chair storyline coming to life.
It's pretty much forced all in out of the big. Just to find that king of diamonds on the river to double back up to 4 big blinds. And we know for a fact that there's a lot of people that bet on Pak to win the natural 8 form, because at the time of close of that Guess the Winner giveaway, he was the overwhelming chip leader with around 11 million of the chips in play.
As excited as the shorter stacks, such as Jeffrey and Wei Wei, would have been to see that incredible chip leader versus chip leader, pocket queens versus ace queen all in.
1,745,000.
I was excited that they must have been looking at that. I mean, it must be so frustrating to almost get that pay jump with that 2 big blind stack multi-way, 4 big blind stack, 8-6V, ace-10. But Pac just having none of it, finding a way back into this match. Interesting to see, by the way, throughout this, Saelor has not really put his monster stack to work.
You surprised?
Not used to. Sorry, Henry, go ahead.
No, are you surprised at that?
Definitely, because the way he was vying for the chip lead early on, it was sort of the Saelor versus Pac show. I thought it's with the idea of really being table captain, and now with the ICM at its max, especially a couple of hands ago when Pac had an extremely short stack, it's really free reign for the chip leader to pick up the dead money, but Saelor hasn't been executing accordingly.
All in. 10 BB. Hand call. Maybe I win.
Just the way he looked at his cards is entertaining. This man has kept us entertained in the booth, and hopefully all of you on the stream as well. Mystery hand once again, and using a time bank. Oh, there it is. Jack 10 off. Would be a flip. It is a theoretical call, by the way. Jack 10. Feels very gambly, but does perform well against a variety of holdings. Your opponent, in theory, should be shoving hands as light as Jack 9, Jack 8, 8-7 suited, and the likes. Would be about a flip against the ace rag, and of course against the small pocket pair, but he does let it go. Loses the 2 bigs that he put in for the blinds and antes, down to 8 bigs now.
Surprised to see him not take that spot, to be perfectly honest with you. Blind v blind. Maybe he wants to be the one doing the pushing rather than the calling.
Пихнули опять нас. Прифлоп выставился. Ну вот, на все. Туз дама, меня опять. Дамы. Ну я считаю, правильно выставлялся. Просто нарвался постоянно.
Not sure about you, Henry, but I, for one, will be re-upping on the caffeine. I think we're in for a match here.
No. No, don't say it. Not yet. Not yet. I'm going to make a decision in about 45 minutes' time.
Вот, насчет 2 раздачи посмотрим.
By the way, I meant to ask, how is the coffee in Korea?
The coffee that I have access to is pretty mid, not gonna lie. But there is some good coffee in Paradise City in the resort. Just unable to run there and get some during the short 10-minute breaks.
I'm so spoiled by Vietnam, mate. Even the coffee that comes from the floor into the booth during the APT stops in Vietnam is just so good. That country takes its coffee so seriously. In case that excites you, let me just use this organic plug, by the way, for the Hanoi Billions, of course. The next stop for the APT kicks off December 1st.
1, 3.
John Lee in chat asking a question that I'll have to pause on because I spot queens for the short stack.
Oh my.
An ace king for Weiwei. By the way, unlike the last time she was in this situation, there is the large stack of Saelor yet to act behind her. Or is that the case? No, never mind, I think.
It's not.
He would have folded under the gun. Yeah, so she can comfortably go all in again in ISO. My apologies there. Seems like should be an easy decision for her. And just like that, we'll be flipping. Pack could be back in this.
Good luck.
It's like he knows. It's like he knows that he's about to spin the wheel once more. We need to get a heart rate monitor on Valerie Pack in any tournament because he gives nothing away emotionally. There we go. Does jam, Jeffrey. Gotta get out of there. So a classic flip. Probably can't believe that she's run into queens here and not like a weaker king X or ace X. Is this the end of the road for Valerie Pack, or does the spin continue? So far, so good. On the 8-7 tray. 2 cards to come, no backdoor straights available. Just an ace or a king only. This is insane. He's already given the piece out to the camera. Perhaps a little
Not
bit of
looking, by the way.
Jinx. Reverse jinx. The 5-5 run out. Pack gets the double, and would you believe he's now playing 19 big blinds. The no look.
The no look 360 renders Weiwei as the new short stack. What an incredible turn of events. Weiwei, by the way, was second in chips when Pac was on the verge of elimination. Now down to 12 bigs apparently. As we get an updated chip count very shortly, but what a story in the making. Pac, chip leader at some point early on in this final table. Gets it in, ace queen versus queens, down to 4 bigs. Has to call off any 2 when committed with the big blind and big blind ante. Gets the triple up, then the double up, and then another double up. This is just absolute scenes. What a way to end the series, Henry.
Yeah.
This is just insane.
Wouldn't have it any other way. The final table of the main was a bit of a grind and stalemate at times due to the ICM. Then here today, it's just been the complete opposite. Not only did we speed run our way to the final table, but then we got from 9 to 4 in the space of an hour and a half. And now these 4 have been battling it out with each other for the better part of 2 hours, I want to say now. As Weiwei does jam. Queen 4 going to hit the marks. Nice little pickup for her. 15 bigs. Saelor, the overwhelming chip leader. 130,000. Look at that. That's absolutely insane.
Look at those stacks.
The difference
Once again
between 4th and 2nd, sorry to cut you off, Vidor, is 50 million KRW, so around $40,000. And these 3 are all practically tied.
Exactly, and I was about to just add to that, looking at that chip count graphic. I mean, this should be the ICM dream for Saelor to just have his way with the table, utilizing that $40,000 difference you just highlighted. He can literally be opening any 2. Yes, once in a while he'll get 3-bet jammed on. That is the nature of the beast, but that dead money in the middle, so much to pick up every time when all your opponents have a sub 20 BB stack. Never mind. The limp getting absolutely bullied by Pac. I can't help but laugh at what I just saw. Right as I mentioned ICM, Pac just takes the spot with the Queen 8 suited against the chip leader. This guy, man.
How is he playing 3 million now? Insane. It would be nice to see Saelor step into the role of table captain, has the chips to do it. But perhaps he just feels like it's not necessary. He doesn't need to be the one forcing the action, as these three have tangled plenty of times without him getting involved. But here he is, 10-7 of hearts on the button. Number slowly increasing, by the way, over on our YouTube channel. Love to see it. The 400 of you currently with us, please do take a couple of seconds to click that like button. Managed to cross the 7,000 subscriber threshold as well during this series. Appreciate the continued support, aiding the Asian Poker Tour, their efforts to continue growing the game that we all love here in Asia. Got some exciting news as well, hopefully going to be released in the next couple of weeks. So you have that Hanoi Billions, as Vidor likes to call it, coming up in December as well.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't like to call it that. That is the official title of the
Oh, is
next
that the
APT
official?
stop.
Okay. I thought that was something that you
Indeed.
coined.
Well, I'll take credit for it if they'll have me, you know, ride that wave. But if you go on apt.poker, that is indeed what you will see for the December 1st stop.
Wow. Takes the spot. This guy is fearless.
Thank you, friend. Thank you.
Would you know, Pac is up to second after being down.
Incredible.
To just one big after being forced to put in the big blind ante. At 1.3 big blinds behind. Vincent saying clicked. Appreciate it, my man. I feel like Saelor should just be jamming, by the way.
Yeah, I agree. He's just too worried. I mean, Queen Jack suited, by the way, for Pac, a very, very strong hand, four-handed. We're approaching that chip stack where if Pac can actually find yet another double up, believe it or not, he might just have the chip lead. But for now, decision on the button. All kinds of live tells being given away. He literally smiled at Saelor, I believe, before flatting on the button.
Another roller coaster of a final table. This feels like it's all Valerie Pack. On the 10-8-8, does check through. Now third 8 rolling up, so perhaps no longer the case. Thought he was going to set something up on the flop with the 2 overs and gut shot. Just uninterested. Happy to just check down queen high.
He's just too addicted to winning all ins now, Henry. Post-flop play doesn't interest him anymore. The shades are on, by the way.
Ace high is good. I'm so confused. Pack.
Ambitious calls there with the queen high.
King high?
Incredibly ambitious.
And revealing his misstep. Announces the queen high call. Well, don't bluff the man in the sunglasses. He's calling you down with queen high. This is not the way to make the most of that 23 big blind stack that he had accumulated. Now again down to the sub 20 big blind level, along with Jeffrey Lowe and Wei Wei. Oh my word. All in, he says. Second in chips still. ICM be damned.
That's a bit dicey for my liking, especially given the difference in payouts between fourth and third and second. I mean, what's going on?
Not.
Well, we know he's not afraid to spin the wheel, as you've been calling it, Henry. So there we have it. Back to that 23 big blind mark after losing with that ambitious queen high call. Wei feeling the pressure. Under the gun now with about 12 bigs.
So what does this mean? Just 100 bigs in play now. Average stack dropping down to 25. She finds the jam with the ace 5.
Yeah.
Wow, Pack kind of probing a little bit, saying chip leader just keeps folding. It's not wrong. Chip leader does keep folding. Hasn't stepped into the role of table captain at all. Not even taking the queen 10 of diamonds spot.
And by the way, Henry, we should highlight the difference between Pack's jam there with the king queen and Wei Wei's jam with the ace 5 off under the gun. Of course, Wei Wei, the shortest in chips, does not have that ICM to worry about. Unlike Pack, where if the two stacks shorter than him bust, he gets an incredible extra $38,000 or so. ICM is a funny thing. Another mystery hand. 10-5 off for Wei Wei. Flops the 10. You don't know what Pack has. And ace is amazingly not out of his range.
That's
certainly
true.
capable of limb trapping there.
That's very true. And also, from what we've seen from Wei Wei, feels like it is a possible spot to just blow her off of this middle pair.
Excellent call there. Wants to keep Pack's bluffs in the mix. Yes, an ace is possible, but unlikely. And now with a check from Pack, even less likely. Has to worry a little bit about Pack having a better middle pair, but of course blocking the 10. Multiple options here. She decides to not give the free card. Players have been using Pak's calling tendencies against him, but thinking back to when Milos made that jam on the river, it has sometimes worked out for Pak. Could this be one of those times? What looks like a brick hits the river, the 6 of diamonds. Playing in flow would dictate that Pak checks this one as well. Likely getting a check behind. Let's see what he has. Weiwei seems confident.
Rivered an 8. 8x of spades, one would assume. I heard him announce 8.
I certainly would not. Oh, my apologies, Henry, but I was saying I would not assume, actually, the 8 of spades, because Pak certainly does not need a flush draw to continue, as we've seen many a times.
That is true.
So I believe we saw the graphic. Pak now down to bottom in chips. Still above 10 BBs. You just called this, didn't you, Henry? When we were down to 4.
It was always going to be the case. Always going to be the case. Just it's too deep. Saelor as the chip leader, a little bit too passive for my liking as well. Seems to just be trying to like ladder to heads up, which it could be a good strategy. I mean, let Pak kind of push the other 2 around. There have been a few spots where I feel like he could have just open jammed. This is one of them, by the way. Just open jam. Because you don't really want to be calling off when someone jams back onto you with ace-8. Wow. 10s for Weiwei.
Pak is the one who's jammed. This could be it.
Yeah, and Pak just picking up on the fact that Saelor's been doing a lot of raise folding rather than just jamming.
What a spot for Weiwei, by the way. Pak is the shortest stack, but I think 10s is just so strong here. Lots of ICM to consider. We had a situation like this yesterday, by the way, with Napat actually finding the fold with the pocket 10s. If she thinks Saelor would be calling this off, she could consider folding it. But I think she realizes it's more likely for Saelor to find the fold if she ISOs. There we go.
No. Yeah.
The ace-8 hitting the mark. Pak running into the 10s. And he knows that an ace was folded as well. He's left the table. Just
he's left the
just
frame.
Gone.
Our cameraman finds him. Nicely done. There we go. Needs an ace.
Wow.
Oh my word.
Have to pair.
Managed to find one of the 2 outs.
Yeah,
Saelor announcing he had ace-8. Would have flopped Pak dead.
Queen 7.
That's the card you want to see. A queen. Or one of the 3 7s. Or a 10. Oh, never mind. A 10 no good.
So sad.
6 doesn't do it. As Pak looks away.
2.
What in the world are we witnessing, Henry? Pak is up to 5.4 million. 26 bigs. As Weiwei gets the bad beat with the pocket 10s. 2 aces were out. 1 ace, rather, was out as well. Only 2 left in the deck. Pak just found one of them.
Well, the good news for the Weiwei fans is had Saelor just played the hand as an open jam, she would have been out there.
You buff me every hand. You buff me every hand.
That's a fantastic point, actually. And if Sailor had somehow
2 out。
found the call button, he would have been heads up.
S8。
没有，剩5 BB 了。1、2、3、4、5、6 BB 7。赢了。
What a run, and now finds the ace king. Need to remind you, he 3-bet jammed the a7 there. V10s v ace8.
还拿这种牌。
Somehow found a way, and now the ace king. He's happy to be table captain. Just jams it in there.
他刚刚盲推还有 Queen Queen， 然后我 S。
哎呀 ，cannot。
One A solo, okay?
OK one A。
Double double。
Way in the position.
You lose them, but you all win me. Yeah, it is. 他帮那2个人都翻倍，然后我都一直喷马给他们。他跑 S Queen 2把，然后对 KK 跟 Queen Queen 都跑输。All in.
Pocket threes now. Easy jam. Does not want to be called. Will be flipping against every hand that calls her, including the ace-4 off.
More a little.
Jeffrey, because of ICM, should not be getting involved here. Would love to see Wei bust with a shorter stack. Ladder up that extra 12,000 USD.
Yeah, 6. Right?
Oh, 6 BB.
Yeah.
King 10 suited as the chip leader could certainly be good enough. Wei would be jamming all kinds of weaker kings and weaker holdings, considering the big blind and big blind ante coming. He ISOs.
1.4. Just called.
Oh, just called.
Okay.
Here we go. Flipping for Weiwei's tournament life. I mean, the amount of all-ins that we've had up until now. The short stacks just keep doubling up, keep surviving. Is that theme going to continue here with the trays? So far, so good. On the ace 5-4. No club in sight. Saelor looking for the 6 outs at the top of your screens. King or a 10 needed to eliminate Weiwei. Well, she's going to be back up to 15 bigs, and 15 bigs she is. The show goes on, Vidor.
Let's go. Time for another spin up. Perhaps some justice winning the flip after getting unlucky against Pac, taking a small chunk out of the chip leader stack, who still has 10 million in chips, almost half of all the chips. But Jeffrey Lowe perhaps has been having the silent roller coaster there, watching player after player be all in and not get eliminated. And now Jeffrey, the man from Hong Kong, finds himself the shortest stack with his head in his hands as we capture him in the frame.
No justice in poker. Doesn't matter how well you play. Be on the receiving end of bad beats, or it could be your turn to spin the wheel. It really is anyone's game. Crazy as that sounds. Pac just jamming now with the 10-5. I mean, this man seems to have all the gears. Everyone guaranteed 66 million. 190 Korean won for their efforts. Difference between 4th and 2nd. Very sizable. 30K.
对决。
30k US.
All in.
There we
Well,
go.
This is going in. Just double looking.
Shorty versus Shorty. Somebody's going to be down to just a handful of big blinds, or we could see Jeffrey eliminated. 50-50 now. Which of those two scenarios occurs?
给我一个 King Jack。
What a flop.
How is that the flop dealer?
Q.
10, 9, 7, 2 hearts, 1 diamond, double gut shot for Wei Wei. And she finds the 8 of spades on the turn.
No.
And now 10 outs once for Jeffrey. Needs a board pair. Or a jack for a chop. Doesn't find it. Wei Wei got to eliminate Jeffrey Low with the jack high straight. Scoops a 4 million chip pot, and with that,
好难打，我真的是。
Jeffrey finishing up the series with a 66 million.
We'll come back.
190,000
Oh, this is a hard game, you know.
Korean
I
won.
like lose 3-4 times.
Cash,
So hard.
good for $50,200. What a four-handed battle that was.
So hard.
But we are finally down to 3, Vidor, after Wei Wei.
Oh, final 3.
There we go. Gets there with the King Jack. And with that, secures everyone an additional 50 million. Can we just talk about the fact that Pac was down to 1 big blind?
Later.
Auto
After
all in
24 minutes.
is what he was down to. And he's a comfortable second in chips with 29 bigs, by the way. Wei Wei has made her own incredible comeback. How about Jeffrey Low? GG, by the way. Very well played, sir.
Yes, sir.
Final tabling the superstar. And now the 2-day high roller, the prestigious one, with that giant Mega Lion trophy for a reason. And, I mean, my empathy for how many times he was silently all in for that extra pay jump without actually being all in himself. The shorter stacks just constantly surviving. One of the unsaid torture of tournament poker. That being said, $50,000 should surely help heal the wounds. And now everybody guaranteed 62,000. The next pay jump, a massive 88,000 is the prize, so $26,000 is the pay jump. And then there were 3. Somebody in chat says Jeffrey got plaqued.
You buck me again?
Yeah, I think that's a verb in the making.
Maybe?
Jeffrey got packed. Or plaqued.
Oh, packed is what they should have said, of course. I think I read it wrong.
We've had 2 overwhelming chip leaders on 2 separate occasions. And both times they've kind of lost it back. Sailor was up to 12.5 million at one point, now down to 9.6 after a pretty passive approach to the chip lead roll. Full-handed. And I can't say I blame him. I don't say that judgmentally. There was a lot of reasons to just play snug, part and part, due to that man on your screens right now. Battery pack. Like a bull in a china shop.
Very big.
What the?
Oh my word. He just jammed 33 bigs into the chip leader. That is an invitation for Sailor to trap every monster he finds from this point on in the small. If your opponent is just jamming every time he has a premium holding, you have to trap. Not to mention, you can't open knowing that he's going to 3-bet jam as well. And this is how it goes, Henry. When you don't care about ICM, I know you've said in the past as a joke, of course, ICM is for poor people. But ignoring ICM just throws such a wrench into the plans of all the other MTT studied players focusing on those pay jumps. It's just like a bull in a china shop. You can just absolutely wreck their plans.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You get your own expressions, okay, pal? Coming in here, bull in a china shop.
I'll certainly concede ICM is for poor people to you. One that you definitely taught me. I think back in the day at Fukuoka, one of the APT stops. Quite an ordinary distribution of chips. Three-handed now all of a sudden. 47 bigs, 32 bigs, 23 bigs.
Here 100.
The Weiwei fans loving it in chat. An incredible comeback. Let's hear it in the chat. 777 perhaps? Or just shoutouts to Weiwei. One half of Win Poker Couple. Popular YouTube channel in Taiwan. There it is. 777. Let's go.
4.5.
Man, you know what I'm excited about, Henry, is what is most likely going to be an incredible set of content that comes out of the APT Incheon. With some of the influencers, content creators. I'm not referring to the ones on our team, of course. Poker Llama and Greg Goes All In come to mind, but some of the final table lists. Color One, of course. Main event runner-up yesterday. Now Weiwei in the mix. Keep a lookout for that, chat. Should be some fun videos coming out of Taiwan, Hong Kong, of course, Color One, Hong Kong National, Thailand, Napat, coming third in the main event. An actor by profession now, taking poker very, very seriously under the guidance of someone he called his mentor and big brother, he said, I believe, Punat Punsri. A limb from the small blind. As I mentioned, I think Sailor's small blind strategy has now been permanently dictated by that 30 big blind jam from Pak. Takes it to the flop. Flop's best for now. Got shot for the man from Uzbekistan. Another queen. Fantastic card to state the obvious. Traps with it.
Yeah, Pak really does instill that kind of you don't know what to expect by playing against me, so just avoid playing pots against me at all costs. At least that's how I feel. Boats up just in case. He was behind. Pak happy to take his showdown, one would assume. Would be incredibly ambitious. Does check back.
Full house.
Full house is good. Saelor back up to over 10 million. So Pak still second in chips. Saelor with half the chips in play. Weiwei chilling on 20 bigs herself.
By the way, the full house there reminds me of something that Stephen Lai shared with me. Are you familiar with Zebo's theorem, Henry? Apparently from back in the day on the 2+2 forums. There was this concept of Zebo's theorem, and it goes something like this. No player is capable of folding a full house on any street ever.
I've heard of it. It's the reason why we go polar, right? When we have full houses. That's the theory, at least, if I recall correctly. I've seen
by
some,
the way.
I've seen some full houses folded in PLO,
Oh, indeed.
not in Hold'em.
PLO, if you call every full house, you're invited to every PLO game ever.
After finish, yeah. Brick.
It's too much.
Pack, by the way, did find another ace jack. Decided to just rip it in.
What a character. Battery pack. Best live cash, 197,000 USD. It's been a pretty solid year for Pack. Cashing around 400,000 or so, minus whatever he cashes here. In fact, no, I stand corrected. It's around 500,000 because his payout for the main event hasn't been listed to his Hendon Mob yet. Quite the year indeed.
Wow.
I know.
Huh?
Getting hit by the deck a little bit three-handed. Everybody else seems handcuffed. I mean, how do you fight this level of aggression and this level of carelessness about ICM? So tough to play against. Especially when those pay jumps, the next one a massive $26,000, are super meaningful to you, as they should be. About 8 buy-ins.
Oh, what's up, Akshay? Hope you're doing well, buddy.
I just saw Akshay, by the way, in Goa. Kicked my ass at table tennis.
Thought you were going to say he also went to watch Oppenheimer and fell asleep.
Don't call me out like that, Henry. But he did mention, by the way, still owes you a couple of Michelin star meals, huh?
I think it's like 7 or something ridiculous like that.
Just losing every prop bet.
Such a fish. I mean, he's not venturing out to these APTs precisely for that reason, because he just knows. Knows he's going to have to pay up.
King 7 off. Not the most comfortable hand to open, but a King 7 three-handed on the button. Certainly strong enough to start putting some chips into the middle. The problem is there's a relative maniac in the big blind.
How much she made it? 400k. Looked like more. This is so random. Really random. It's like impossible to get a read on Saelor. Just flatting out the small with Jack 9-0.
Just frisky for the sake of seeing a flop, perhaps. Would have loved to see some aggression instead. There you go. Pack, just the run good story continues. Flopping. 2 pair on that board. The pre-flop aggressor does have the open-ender. The old nothing for Saelor.
Well, he's got a gut shot. As well as 2 overs.
Fair.
Whoa, that is a lot of chips. Wow. That is close to pot for Weiwei.
Multi-way. The small blind and big blind defending. That board smashing their range. And Pack just puts it on her immediately. And she feels committed, calls it off.
Yeah, she has to. She's only got 2 million back after betting a third of her stack.
我买双头，他 2 pair。我要买4跟
A 9, a 4.
玩它。我要买
Or running 2 pair.
I have 9.
Certainly overplayed that on the flop. Yeah, the bad news of 1-9 being out, but 7 out still to come. There's the 4.
Brutal development
And the
for
exclamation.
Pack. Oh!
And a chop!
Oh, what?
Okay.
What?
Yeah, chop good.
What is going
This-
on?
Never win it.
Final table, man.
Said
And
never
by the
win
way,
it. What do you mean? You should be out the tournament. Like, accept the chop.
Never win.
นั่งได้
Never
我还没
win.
过他。
No, you've exceeded the amount that you should have won from that hand alone. You've locked up 81 million. let's not get greedy. Never win. That is hilarious.
what do you know? Sailor would have won. And finds the pocket 9s. 9 being the key card in the previous hand. You're right, Henry. That was such a funny exclamation. After that burst of joy that she displayed on the turn, understandably hitting the straight. And meanwhile, Pack, by the way, I think we saw a glimmer of emotion, but still moves on to the next one. Stoic as ever.
Wow. Let's go. Still 3-handed here. Why am I not surprised at those stats? What an epic finale to this record-breaking series. APT, new era, has really taken poker to new heights over the course of 2023. Wrapping things up with Hanoi Billions, of course. Back raising things up, 2.5 bigs. Got to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante, I would assume. A defend here against this size is pretty absurd. Yet here we are. Me eating my words.
You should know better.
I should.
By now, Henry.
Jack 3-0 for 2.5 bigs, though. I felt like that was a safe one. I stand corrected. Checks through. Both players breaking the King 7-6 board. Well, well, well. What do I know?
He just peeked at the deck, saw the cards that were coming. Knew Pack would miss and not fire. Now goes for value.
Jack.
And gets it.
That just feels like a hand that we would rather raise river with the ace queen rather than calling, but here we are. I don't know, am I being a bit salty?
I think theory has been thrown out of the window about 2 hours ago. Pack is certainly the calling variety, as we've seen ever since perhaps Milos fired that bluff at him. Turning his Jack-10 suited into a jam. Maybe Pack even went and looked at that hand on the break and just decided it's never going to be pushed around anymore. As we are approaching almost 500 people watching on YouTube alone. Of course, we are live on Facebook and Twitch as well. Once again, thank you so much for joining us, closing out this incredible festival alongside myself and Henry Kilbane. Would love it if you could just find the quick couple of seconds to hit the like button as we close out APT Incheon. Would alert the YouTube algorithm gods to what a success it has been. Hopefully to you guys watching as well. Hit the subscribe button as well if you haven't yet. We're incredibly grateful, by the way, to cross the 7,000 mark. The next milestone, perhaps, obviously, 8,000.
Strong read, Vidor.
Thank you, thank you.
Let me just check the math on that. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 8,000 does come after 7,000.
They don't call me poker god for nothing.
Your background was in finance, right?
It really was.
There we go.
But
now I
unfortunately,
know.
I'm the only one who calls myself poker god.
25.
Now it makes sense.
Oh my word. How does Pack do it? 4 spades now on the board. Sailor surely will feel a bit handcuffed in this hand. Pack has managed to river the unlikely 2 pair with 2 million in the pot. A simple check, and he takes this one down. Reminiscent, perhaps, of when he busted Milos with that unlikely 2 pair with the 8-7.
9.
No good. 9 is no good, my friend. Story continues. Valerie Pack, the man from Uzbekistan, showing us how to do it, and we should point out, has finally crossed the 4th place finish. That was his incredible run in the main event yesterday. Now guaranteed 3rd place, looking at greater heights perhaps than even that.
Sailor with the ace-4 of hearts. Pack gonna get out of there, see what the big blind wakes up with. I say he's gonna get out of there. Might not. You never know. You never know.
I see you've learned the way of the dark side, Henry.
There we go. See, look at me. Look at me, Vidor. I'm a quick learner. Had me worried for a second. Wait. Gonna defend the 7-5 of clubs. Does flop top 2. Saelor with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. How about this for a fireworks flop? Does check through. And, well, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be seeing a key river here for Wei Wei. See what size she comes with. She went massive with the King 7, going around half pot. 1.6 out there.
Still gets her to that 1 SPR on 5th Street.
There's a disguised card here. That's not it. The hearts do get there. Wait.
This surely
You think this is it?
is the end. How could she get away from this one? 2 pair, 3-handed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's tough. See what she comes with. 2.1 million in there, 2.3 back. Only really losing to hearts. Flop went check. We can remove jacks and queens from Sailor's range. Losing to hands like Queen Jack now. But really only the flushes to be worried of.
She should be jamming for value here, of course. Gets the bad news. There it is.
Wow, she announces all in and gets snapped, of course. Massive GGs to Wei Wei. A valiant effort here. 61,928 USD going her way. Love to see the sportsmanship as always. Just fist bumping Saelor after the hand. But a 3rd place run for her. And what an end to the series it is for Wei Wei. Took down the ladies event. Now cashing for a career best score of 62,000 USD. Vidor and I are going to go on break because the table and stage needs to be set for what is going to be an epic heads-up battle, especially with Valerie Pack in the mix, squaring off against the new Thai superstar in the making, perhaps. And when we return, we'll obviously be bringing the trophy out, and the champion's going to be going home with north of 130,000 USD. Don't go too far. More coverage from the 2-day high roller when we return from break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Jack high.
Pocket sevens.
King.
King win.
King good. เหรอ
เมื่อกี้ดูในจอประมาณ10 ล้าน
เหรอพี่กันนับแล้วมันเยอะ
Double big buy double average
อะอะไรนะไม่รู้ผมมันเยอะขี้เกียจนับอ่ะเดี๋ยวผมนับให้เดี๋ยวโอ้น่าจะเกินมั้ง
มีโนลูก Itu.
Full hat out.
Проиграл. Какую доску не... Да, доска, смотри.
7 queen 10 8.
มีประมาณ13 ล้าน 12 ล้าน
One time, one time.
8. 7 queen 8.
Последний грош не
Yeah, I get it
заберешь.
wrong. 7 queen no
За
8.
смелость.
You still alive
Three.
Блять, я постоянно проебываю конфликты. Знаете, как раз выиграть? One time, okay?
You said it last time
classic
Really, no look already. Please.
Been good yeah good
Я не могу на это смотреть.
杀不死，怎么杀杀不死？我给他好多嘛。Nice hand.
Oh, no look already good. Really, no look. Really, really. No look.
You didn't look.
No look.
Is that?
Please. Lucky man. 295.
no nearly
Oh. Ace. Oh.
Do you have
Ace
ace?
Ace
2. Oh, don't count, please.
by all
No.
You okay?
have to pair
Ace?
eight
You okay?
eight
You okay? Oh, good fall, good fall.
Queen 7 10. Queen 7 10, right? 7 10. Queen 7 10. No.
so sad
Blank? Oh, thank you, thank you. Good win.
2.
2295.
2. 5. All in. Hey, straight.
again
对不起那阵这把我要赢了
没有，我跟他赢了，我赢
Good
很好。
luck,
来，
good
他
luck,
就
good luck. You do, you do.
我的运很好，你知道吗？
哦，一个 king jack。
可以可以可以。走。
哇
8 Q 大 Q，后门的8 Q 都是你
8 Q 8 Q 8 Q 8 Queen。Yes.
好
Please, no, no, no.
好，come on, deuce.
随便
别开啊！
不要追都好。
人头拜托。
就是。
过了。
Nice。Nice good делаете, я тебя ищу.
GG。
啊，好难打，我真的是。啊。
We'll come back. We'll come back.
Oh, this is a hard game, you know. I had to lose 3-4 times.我买双头 tattoo pair， 我要买4根，我那个
大小头，你跟谁？
管他。
加油加油！
我要买4跟9。
I have 9.
4跟9。
9 will come. You 9?
Yeah, I have 9.
I have
3 9.
Yes! No.
大。Oh,
Ow.
shit.
Okay.
So good.
Yeah, top good. Never win you. Never win. Or 25.
Come. 25. Nine.
Аня, где сумка? Потеряете? Вон там тоже 2 наши, Аня. Серьезно? Я же тебе рассказывал, что она это дала. Да, я тебе сказал.
Come nut.
Nut?
Yeah.
2 pair 撞到那个花，后门花，GG。 因为他如果打我也不会。
나중에 약하지 오케이?
So hard tournament, right? So hard.
6.4.
Orange.
Aya.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you have one out. Okay.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
If you could play poker against anyone in the world, heads up, who would it be and why? Gregor's all interviews. If you could play poker against anyone in the world, who would it be?
Yeah, Alex Foxen.
Alex Foxen, yes.
Yeah. Good player, so I respect you, so I won.
Fader Holtz. Oh, because I'm subscribed in the poker code, so he's kind of my idol hero figure.
You're gonna get demolished though, you know that, right?
I want to play with the Jungle Man.
Daniel Cade's Jungle Man.
Daniel Case, yeah, because
Why?
he is the strongest hands-up player in the world.
Learn something from him.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I would like to play Daniel Negreanu because he's been my idol since I started playing poker.
Daniel Negreanu played Jojo Tech heads up. It'll be a great game.
Doug Polk.
Doug Polk. Why?
かっこいいから because he is handsome.
Because he's handsome. Thank you. What is your name and where are you from?
Yeah, my name is Olin Bancho from Japan. I want to play with Itsuko Yoroi, famous ladies mixed player. Played with her 3 days ago in a Rolls event, but I busted by her.
You want to play her again? You want revenge?
Revenge!
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 Revenge, yes! Who would it be?
Phil.
Helmuth or Ivy? Helmuth. Why?
He is very almighty. You know, he can play everything.
Who are you
The
thinking
guy who's the Jim Carrey. Yes.
Jim Carrey?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
He's really good with the face, right?
Right.
So I want to see his poker face.
It'd probably be something like this.
Really?
What do you think? What do you think his poker face is? Ready, go.
That's a tough question. What will be? Pigeon?
Pigeon?
Pigeon.
Who is Pigeon?
My coach, my boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
You know, if you can beat your coach, it's a good success. Yeah.
And also beating your boyfriend too also feels good.
Yeah.
Pigeon, watch out. Maggie's coming for you. Thank you, Maggie. So, if you could play poker against anyone in the world, who would it be?
Of course, you.
Me?
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. What are you doing later?
All I know is this, my crew gon' step. All I know is this, my boys gon' rap. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step. My crew gon' step.
Welcome to APT Incheon 2023. I'm Elvin. Today, oh, wait a minute. Wow, now it's better. Today is women's event. Let's go check it out.
We have 56 entries and almost 20 million Korea won prize draw. And we are down the final table of the women's event. In 8th place, Kapapa from Thailand.
Watching the APT High Roller final table, and we're down to heads up. Valerie Park of Uzbekistan versus Thanisorn of Thailand. Let's hear from our players. Mr. Park, congratulations. You went from having one big blind with 4 players remaining, and now your final 2. How do you feel? Understand? Okay, we try our best here. We want to know. Okay.
Это, наверное, судьба. Я должен выиграть.
I see. I don't want to sit by golden. Let's try this again. One more. Yes, right here.
Это, наверное, судьба. Раз я раскрутился с этим блайндом, я должен, наверное, выиграть.
This is fun. Different languages. It's probably fate. Since I'm hyped with this blind, I should probably win. I love that. Horosho. Congratulations. And let's check in with Thanisorn. Thanisorn, bro, how are you feeling, man? Chip leading right now. Have the lead going to this heads up. What's going through your head?
Yeah, it's very good. And yes, play a game.
Yes, feels good and just going to play your game. Nice. Anything you want to say to Mr. Park before the heads up match?
Good luck.
Good luck to you too. Fist bump. Give it up for your final 2 players here. And we'll throw it back to our commentators in the commentary booth.
Well, appreciate the introduction. Mr. Greg goes all in. Do not envy Greg either having to get creative and use Google Translate, whatever he had to use to get the translations there. But there we have it. Heads up between Valerie Pak and Thanisorn Saelor. Both guaranteed $87,840 for their efforts. $130,420 going to the champion.
I'm not sure. The button is correct.
We have ourselves a heads-up match on our hands. Took us just 5.5 hours to get here, Vidor.
250.
A little bit longer, but here we are. Thailand squaring off against Uzbekistan for that gorgeous trophy. Here we go. Hand number one. You strapped in, Vidor?
Indeed, I am. We must mention the man on the screen with the ace-deuce there on the button. Valerie Pak mounting an epic comeback. The chip in a chair coming to full fruition as he finds himself heads up after being down to the automatic all-in. One extra big blind. Four-handed. What a story.
Quite the spin to find himself heads up, to find himself guaranteed $87,840. 10-8-6 rainbow, 2 overs and a gut shot for Saelor. Inconsequential for his spades on the turn.
With Saelor busting the third place finisher, Wei Wei from Taiwan. Finds himself the 2-1 chip lead going into this heads-up battle.
Yeah, that's a great point. A win here today would move him up to 7th on Thailand's all-time money list. Looking to join the likes of Pachara and Punat Punsri, 2 of the Thai superstars with one of those APT New Era trophies. The people at Bangkok Customs are going to be getting a bit worried, I'd say. They're like, hang on a minute. What's going on here?
Yeah, you have to put that one through the X-ray machine a couple of times. That's a big one. Want to make sure it isn't stuffed with any contraband, I suppose.
First blood going to Saelor, probing with the Queen Jack. He's just limped in. Limped in with the Ace Queen.
This is a trap.
Oh, it's worked.
All in.
It's worked. Saelor snap calling with the Ace Queen and a misstep from Pak. Something that we saw happen on a couple of occasions throughout the main event and play today. As it comes ace high, and he's now drawing to running cards only. Needs a king or a 9 for a sweat. 4 or 5 for chop outs.
No.
As the 4 of diamonds does roll off on the turn. They've said good game already.
The
4 outs.
$42,000 river.
To win half the pot. Doesn't get it, Vidor. And we have ourselves a champion after just 2 hands. Saelor Thanisorn with the trap. Greg gonna have a quick word with another Thai champion.
One hand, oh my goodness. Take your trophy. Wow, and of course, congratulations to Valerie Pak. Placed second here in the high roller. And big congratulations to Thanisorn of Thailand in the very first hand of the heads up. Wins it all, Ace Queen versus King 9. Wow. It was only 2 minutes ago I talked to you. Yeah, so easy. What? How you feel? You just won.
That's very good, very good. I think first time for my trophy.
First time trophy.
Yeah.
Wow. Anything you want to say to your fans in Thailand?
Thank you everyone for coming, for cheer up. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Anything you want to say in Thai?
Thai ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆครับที่ให้กำลังใจแล้วก็เชียร์ทางบ้านนะครับแล้วก็อยู่ที่นี่ด้วยครับ Yeah, I'm done.
Wow. Again, one more time for your APT High Roller champion, Thanisorn of Thailand. And that will wrap it up for our series here at APT Incheon. We're going to be in Hanoi in December, Hanoi Billions. So if you want to learn more about that, go to apt.poker. And until then, I'll throw it back to the commentators in the commentary booth for some final thoughts as we will go party and drink. Let's go!
Hey.
Wow, yeah, wow, so beautiful.
Well, thank you for the invitation, Greg.
I'm not
Party
sure.
and go drink with the Thai crew. Sounds like a good idea because that man's just taken down the two-day high roller for $130,420. What a performance, Vidor.
Okay.
Absolutely
I can
incredible.
take
We
off
were talking about
the
how
mark.
he was
What?
maybe a little bit too
take off.
passive for our liking forehand, but he had a plan and he executed it to perfection. We also talked about how the way Pak was playing, Saelor was smart enough to start trapping him. Wouldn't you know it? Second hand of heads up. The trap works as he goes and hugs his rail. An incredible performance, taking him up that high all-time money list, $130,000 richer than he was yesterday. GG, sir. Very, very well played. And what a way to close out APT Incheon. Yet another incredible festival in the books.
Yeah, the Thai contingent just seems so consistent here at the APT series. The APT new era, just really growing the game around Asia, taking poker to new heights. From us in the booth, it's been an absolute pleasure and privilege as always to call the action here from Paradise City in Incheon, South Korea. And as Greg mentioned, the next time you'll be hearing from us will be later on in December for the Hanoi Billions. There's the official payouts from this final table. On behalf of the entire APT crew, Michael Soizer, Victor Chong, the entire commentary team, production team, and of course, the wonderful dealers, floor staff, and Paradise City for hosting us here in Incheon. Any final thoughts, Vidor, or are we saying good night?
Well, I will just say and add to that list of people to thank. All the viewers across all the streams this week have been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for showing your support, helping grow the game of poker in Asia and really all around the world. And of course, we have to say the action was entertaining thanks to all the players who came and participated as well. So we will see you in Hanoi December 1st to continue this journey. And thank you, Henry, for being in the booth with me as always.
Good night, everyone, and see you in December. Peace.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.